invitamos a pasar a la sala porque vamos a empezar en breve con la segunda jornada.
Good morning. We would invite you all to join us. We're going to start with the second day on our workshop for the launch of the 2023 GEM report. Today we have a lot of interesting content that we're going to be sharing with you. So thank you for helping us to start on time. This second day on the launch of the 2023 GEM report.
días, muy buenas tardes a todos los que nos acompañan en esta
Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon for those joining us from the networks. Please be welcome to the 2023 GEM report. As you know, we are launching the second day live from Montevideo, but many people joining us through the different channels in live stream, which are going to be transmitting what happened yesterday and also today. Today we will have another very intense and fruitful day for sharing ideas and sharing debates after knowing the Global 2023 GEM report. Today's topic is focused on technology and education in Latin America and its regional perspective and global perspective. This event is organized by Ceibal Foundation within the framework of Alliance for Digitization for the Education in Latin America, which we were talking about yesterday, which is called ADELA. Yesterday, as we were sharing with you, we shared the results and recommendations of the 2023 GEM report, along with ministers and experts, and also representatives from our international organizations and top-level members of our community in different parts of the world. Today we're meeting again in order to continue our discussions. As I said, you can follow us through the GEM report channels from Ceibal Foundation and the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay. We will also invite you to use your networks to share your input, and through Twitter you can use the hashtags 2023 GEM report or Tech on our terms, Tech on your terms. In order to start today's agenda, we're going to invite the Minister Pablo da Silveira, Minister of Education and Culture of Uruguay, who is going to be opening this meeting. And we will also invite the General Subdirector of Education, Stefania Giannini, and Leandro Folgar, President of Ceibal Foundation and Ceibal. We would like to invite the three of you to please come to the stage. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this second day that I'm sure is going to be very fruitful as yesterday's. When we talk about technology and education, sometimes we have the illusion of thinking that this is an issue that we are facing for the first time. We have always used technology. Some of them which have been extremely efficient, like the whiteboard and the chalk, which we have used for so many years, and it continues to be very efficient and quite economic, and this is why we have always used it, right? Even up to these days. Or the pencil and the notebook, or the rule with which, unfortunately, in the past, kids were kicked. So these techniques apply to education. This doesn't mean that today we're facing the same situation. Today, the relationship we have between technology and education has acquired a different and more complex dimension, as we haven't seen in the past. And sometimes I think it's important to reflect on this. There are things that we are not able to dominate. The way that technology makes progress and it has impacts on our societies, these are things that are out of reach. We cannot modify them, even though we come from UNESCO, or even if we are ministers of education, or anyone here in the room. It's also out of reach to control the way in which societies take ownership of these technologies. This is a dynamic in itself, and it's not determined by the nature of technologies. However, what we can control or take decisions on or make some influence, and it makes sense to reflect on this, is how we're going to make use of these technologies in order to try to accomplish our goals, to meet our goals in a better way. And secondly, how we're going to be helping ourselves and our societies to avoid risks and to run into less mistakes. We're used to using technologies as a source of solutions, which is true, but as we know, this is also a source of problems, especially when we use new technologies in education. Just to mention a few, when we are developing programs for the use of technology, we run into risk of spending money not wisely. We're dealing with a lot of investments, high costs. And if we don't use the right strategy, we can spend a lot of money. And if we do things wrong, we will also end up generating environmental impacts that are negative. If we distribute the devices or IT devices among all students in our society, and we are not foreseeing the necessary mechanisms to have a return or to have these devices back and to dispose of them adequately, we are also threatening the environment, right? Because we are generating waste, technological waste at a big scale. So this is just some basic ideas to start to ignite this debate. And education and technology applied to education is both a source of solutions and problems. Thank you so much.
Buen día, señor Ministro.
Good morning, everybody.
It's great to be here once again on stage. And thank you so much, really, for the inspiring discussions we had yesterday with a lot of question marks still, but it's part of the purpose of this conference and also of the report, which, is pointing out solutions, recommendations, but also is very much giving us the picture of where the world is and education communities are about the use of technology. Well, I presented already yesterday, hopefully, the UNESCO perspectives on this important topic. I wish to, if you allow me, bring out a few additional points, a couple of them, which were not so sufficiently highlighted in our conversation yesterday. The first is about the right to education and technology. As you know, UNESCO, within the UN system, but broadly speaking, as an international organization, is the guardian of the right to education. Whenever the right to education is under threat, UNESCO is raising the flag and taking action. That's what we try to do in partnerships with many of you, governments, UN agencies, sister agencies, the private sector, when an unprecedented disruption actually, obliged policymakers, ministers to shut down their education systems. I would say almost by night. I was just discussing with some friends and colleagues at breakfast this morning. We all have a clear mind about that first week of March 2020, when it was about trying to understand what's going to happen. And for us at UNESCO, in my office, with my colleagues, some of them are here, Boren, Sobi, others maybe are in Paris, watching on YouTube our conversation. And we saw China closing the education systems. We started to see, especially myself, hearing that Italy was in trouble and possibly in a few days would have done the same, and other countries for sure following this very difficult decision. And so we decided to do what? On one side, to try to monitor the ongoing process uncertainty was the key word, but we understood that UNESCO should provide at least the data and information to all those involved, students, teachers, governments, ministers. And that, maybe you remember, was the idea, not easy, you can imagine, in a while, for a big, sometimes heavy organization, to provide my team with the interactive map that became a kind of flagship during the pandemic. And CNN, other media, immediately used to see how in 3 weeks we moved from the 320 million students out of school because of COVID to 1.6 billion, which means 92% of the world student population. So I say that and in the meantime, we said, okay, this is not enough, because what are we doing as all these children and youth are actually deprived from their right to education, and we don't know how long, and we don't know what next. So we established the Global Education Coalition to support countries. And there was a minister in this region, I was sitting in the room today, Martin Benavides, who in Peru got the opportunity and established a regional mechanism for that. Well, now we are here. And what is, one of the main lessons from this gigantic, unprecedented social experiment, what COVID actually is? That digital learning, as it was the way to ensure continuity of learning, that means the right to education in that unprecedented time, is an essential component of the future of learning, whatever we think about, whatever the solutions we want to put in practice, but most importantly from our side, is an essential component of the right to education. And that's why we do believe that discussing about challenges for sure, but also about the many opportunities that technology can provide children, learners, teachers, and most broadly, the education communities around the world in the future is a duty we have. And that's why I think that this Global Monitoring Report 2023 is really one of the most timely and the most useful for design the future of learning. Then there is a second point, and this for sure has the consequences in terms of normative instruments. As all we here know for sure, the only legal frameworks or normative frameworks we have in terms of right to education is the 9060 recommendation, which is an important, still very timely set of principles to apply, to put in practice when we have to ensure that all children and youth are provided with the right to education. But this doesn't include connectivity, this doesn't include capacity that governments have to build in order to use technology for the best, putting learners at the center, and inclusion and reaching out to the most marginalized. And this doesn't include content, ethically oriented and inspired from and by the values that we are all agree with. And I think that UNESCO, in addition to the Global Monitoring Report, has already, paved the way for the further discussion. And I wish to mention two initiatives that we didn't focus so much so far. One is what we call 2 years ago, still in the midst of the pandemic, the Rewired Declaration on Connectivity, which is an important, not legal framework or instrument, but which is a set of principles, the 3 C's, as we call, connectivity, to be ensured, as much as possible, content to be designed in a way that this global digital library will be really accessible for all, and capacity, because all countries have to build their own system on their own terms. So I wish kindly to follow this in our discussion, also this framework, because it could be very useful in the coming months and years. And the second initiative, which is very much linked to the first one, is what we call, last year, I already mentioned a little bit yesterday, the dream to build the Alexandria Library for this century. That's what actually it's a bit more UN language what you use, the global digital gateway is about. And that's what Minister Camilo Santana yesterday asked UNESCO and other partners to contribute to. It's already a plan that we have. It's already, we are aware, a very ambitious idea. But I think that based on the principles and the values we discuss and the vision, or whatever the perspectives we have about the role of digital learning and technology in the future of education for the best as part of the right to education, I think we can build together this Alexandria Library of this century. Thank you very much.
Bueno, buenos días. Muchas gracias, Ministro. Muchas gracias, Stefania, por estas palabras de apertura. Quería darle las gracias también a todas las personas presentes. El día de hoy, ayer, como decía bien Stefania, se presentó el reporte, el informe del Estado de la Educación Mundial con un énfasis en tecnología, un evento realizado por UNESCO. El día de hoy, este evento es organizado por Fundación Ceibal en el marco de la Alianza para la Digitalización de la
framework of the Alliance for Digitalization of Education in Latin America, ADELA. And here what I think is important is to highlight that today it would be wise and good to, with this perspective, try to move forward in what technology means in our terms, as the report says. Yesterday, some of the ministers of Africa talked about the hashtag tech on our terms. Self-determination, digital self-determination implies a knowledge of technologies, of digital technologies, that is very deep. Because self-determination, digital self-determination can be felt as something magical that can be resolved and achieved just by turning on a switch or pushing a button. And the truth is that digital self-determination implies a sustained investment in infrastructure and technology infrastructure, a sustained investment in human talent who can build as much digital sovereignty as possible. It's never going to be same, and it's not going to be the way we imagined in the past. If we have all the information in my country in the data center, that way I'm going to have it available and technology is going to be in our terms. So that's not enough. Digital technology doesn't work that way. It's nurtured by services that are all around, and it's nurtured by the flow of information. And if we want to take advantage of technologies such as artificial intelligence, we will need to understand this very well. If we want it to be in our terms, the terms, our terms, means in the terms of education. The report emphasizes that it should be under the terms of the people of education and the education communities, and for that, the education community has to become specialists in technology. And I want us to understand what that means. It's not taking all discussions to our comfort area in curriculum and pedagogy where we can handle it well. We have to get out of our comfort zone and move on to unknown spaces such as, for example, artificial intelligence, processing power, clouds, and other areas that we don't know as well. This is crucial for education and for technology to be, in our terms, for us to become specialists in digital technologies, because the other thing that we are talking about oftentimes is technology in generic terms. And as the minister really well said, education has been using technology for many years and transforming them for many years. The first graphic interface for learning, of course, was the board, but then that evolved in many ways. And now we have other technologies at our service. The important thing is that for there to be genuine innovation at the service of the education communities and for the future to be distributed in an equitable way around the world, people in education have to explore, open the black box, as was said yesterday, and become specialists of an area that for us is not our first option. It's not our first love, so to speak. Our first love are the education, intention, and act, and those bonds, and that is not just done through digital technologies. But what is very important is to see that for there to be tradition and future, it's very important to have learning, for us to learn, for people in education to embrace the technologies that we have available in order to achieve a better learning and better education services. In Uruguay, Ceibal has worked exactly on that, in trying to build digital self-determination that is possible for the education community in Uruguay. And that took a long time, and it means a lot of challenges in the future. We can provide some keys, but without a doubt, it's not something that we have solved. Stefania was talking about what happened in the pandemic, and what I really want to talk about in this forum is that under no concept should we get confused and think that those initiatives that were sort of okay with education technology during the pandemic are the best thing that we can do with technology for education. That was remote education, that was for an emergency. That was what we could do. And in some cases it was good, but it's not even close to what it could be if we planned it systematically with intervention of all the countries and all the education and technology professionals looking at the future. And that can be an interesting promise for hybrid models. And so from my part, I hope that today is very productive in those discussions. I'm really eager to see those global initiatives and see what can be built in Latin America for that digital self-determination. Thank you very much, Minister, General Director of Education of the UNESCO and President of Ceibal Foundation. We're going to continue with this event, which, as I was saying, it's a parallel event. Yesterday we had the presentation of a report, and this parallel event, as Leandro was saying, is organized by Ceibal Foundation in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Culture and the group of the GN Report 2023. Welcome, Senator Graciela Bianchi. Thank you for joining us. I don't want to forget saying that in your accreditations you have a QR code which you can scan in order to see the full agenda, because we have a quite intense morning, but there's also activities in the afternoon in the Universidad Católica, the Catholic University, and we will give you more information about that. This is going to be the first panel of the day. It's titled Education, Technology, Governance, and Public Policies. I'm going to invite firstly Gonzalo Baroni, National Director of Education in Uruguay, who is going to be the moderator of this panel. And I'm going to name the members so that they can come up on stage. Welcome, Gonzalo. So Maria Brown, Ministry of Education of Ecuador, is going to be a part of this panel. Daniel Esponda, Minister of Education of Honduras. Nicolás Zárate Rojas, Minister of Education of Paraguay. There's also Pablo da Silveira, who had to go off stage, but now he has to come up again, Minister of Education and Culture of Uruguay. And we will also have, in a pre-recorded video, José Mauricio Pineda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of El Salvador. And so now I will give the floor to Gonzalo.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Carina, for your kind presentation. It's a true pleasure to have the authorities present here today. We will start with the first panel. And I am glad that I can see now my minister doing some exercise. So we're going to have the same question, and we will have 4 minutes to answer. We have this splendid clock, so I don't have to moderate that much. The first question would be, we're going to start with Maria Brown. What policies promote in your country the use of technology in education, and what are the lessons learned in this environment, and which have been the main challenges? So, Maria, Minister, let's start with you. Good morning, everybody. I think that this is a debate that we will not be able to finish in 4 minutes, but it's important to share some of the recent experiences regarding governance that this panel will propose. One of the lessons learned, and an example or an experience that I would like to share with you, is the fact that we need to work within the institutions, creating a framework of governance that facilitates the access and the self-determination for digital tools. This means the creation of legislation at the highest possible level for senators, congressmen, and women to revise the available resources, and also to revise anything that is limiting the automatization of processes, e-commerce, digital governments, etc., and therefore have an enabling framework. In Ecuador, in December of 2022, the organic law for digital transformation was passed, and I think it was interesting to see that this normative framework, which was also passed unanimously, I don't know how it happens in your country, but in our country, this is almost impossible to happen. But this is to show that we have a huge consensus in this sense regarding the need, which was reforming 3 previous laws, like the telecom law, the internal taxation law, commerce or trade, the organic and due process law, the judicial association law, higher and regular education law. So this has a huge incidence in other regulation bodies which regulate almost the whole interaction of a government inside a state. So you can see the importance of the interinstitutional work. It is also important to stress the fact that we need to generate a roadmap. We are gathering a lot of information at an international level to create debate through this report presented by the GEM report, but also inside each country, and to bring this term into our terms, to translate it into our terms, we need to understand who in our educational community need to propose what do we need to integrate, because it also depends on each one of our countries. And this is something that is not affecting only our schools, but also the democratization of the access to education as a general right and as a public service. So this is important. And this is the point from which I'm sharing my experience, and this has to do with the generation of a digital transformation agenda. In our case, this agenda was led by the Ministry of IT and Telecommunication Ministry. I know that some countries have similar minister which regulates this relationship, but the construction of these agendas must be participatory, not only with the participation of other agencies and ministries, but also with service providers, the academy, research bodies, and other civil organizations. Within our digital agenda towards 2025, we also include this education agenda, which has 7 axes or 7 legs. One is the digital infrastructure, culture and inclusion, where education is mentioned, emerging education for the sustainable development. And I'm also mentioning, it is also explicitly mentioning the digital government, interoperability and treatment of data, data management, safety and trust, and digital infrastructure. I think that these are the 7 legs summarizing the main topics where we wanted to start working with, or these roads that we need to start paving. And they, of course, need to make progress parallelly, in a parallel way. At the same time, of course, facing challenges like the ones we face in our country, like not having universal access to the internet in the educational institutions. Access to internet, even though it is planned, we only have it in 54.5% of the educational institutions in the country. So we have a huge gap. The quality of these services, it's also another problem. What is the bandwidth provided by the country? And when it comes to the work that the telecom ministry provides, there is a huge gap in trying to advance on the mobile coverage that we have through the 5G. So I would like you to start revising our experience at Ecuador. It has been a very interesting process, and it can also promote in your countries the debate of starting to plan on these strategies. Thank you so much, Minister Brown. It's very interesting to hear about your experience, this enabling framework for a digital transformation, and in particular, the law that you have recently passed. It is also important to say that you are mentioning who have an opinion and who should lead these reforms. Now we will give the floor to Daniel Esponda, the Minister of Education in Honduras. What policies in your country are promoting the use of education, and what are the lessons learned within this topic, and the main challenges, if you can share, of course? Good morning, everybody. First of all, I think that the only thing that you pass as a law is something that will last in time. And this is why digitization must be promoted, and we need to reach consensus to establish this in the region. In our country, we have a special tax for all telecom companies. They provide 1% of their net profit, which are sent to technology education. This law was passed before the pandemic, and this enabled us to have resources during the pandemic so we could provide emergency services. But the discussion here is how do we make the most of the resources? How do we apply these resources? Because this telecommunication fund also works along, we also need to invest in our schools. Over 37% of our schools have no electricity. They are completely destroyed. So we are also facing a problem of repairing and constructing schools, sending new textbooks. Where do we get this money? With the Pented project, which is also sponsored by Ceibal program in the delivery of devices. We are also receiving training so teachers and students have both access to the internet, but also have access to digital content of quality. Today, we're working with other secretariats like Red Solidaria in order to make sure that our poorest communities have access to these devices and, again, teachers and children have access to this quality information in order to strengthen the digital abilities within this framework. And within the framework, we are struggling in order to find hybrid educational options. We have the agricultural network of schools. We are also present in rural areas where we are promoting this agricultural education, also delivering devices. And we have the initiative, this was an initiative from the teachers to have a special digital platform for the agricultural schools that are promoting also this self-sustainability when it comes to planting and producing your own food, which is part of the initiative of our government. So through this program, we're also promoting government policies. And the million-dollar question is, who is regulating this content? Who is verifying that the content that we are developing are quality content? This, of course, have to pay attention to our curriculum programs in order to make sure that we have the right parameters. We need to define who is going to be verifying quality processes. And the lessons learned that I can share with you is that there are some sectors that are that are making a lot of efforts, but this is quite dispersed. We need to concentrate efforts both from the public and the private sector to make sure that we're all walking the same path. The other issue is funding, as we know. Many sectors are investing, but we are not putting the investment in the same fund, or not everyone is making the same effort, so we need to coordinate these efforts. And last but not least, this is a very complex topic in our country. Life has made a lot of progress when it comes to we are about to declare our country as a country free of lack of alphabetization, and this has been also a huge impact. So we are also doing conventional alphabetization. So literacy is becoming very, very good, and we are trying to declare our country free from lack of literacy. So nobody is left behind. And this is another challenge that we are facing, how to make both things work at the same time. Thank you, Minister. You make reference to the different contexts within the region, how your resources and how the deployment of these resources have had an impact in your schools, and how from the civil society you're also receiving contributions. Now we're going to give the floor to Nicolás Rojas, the Minister of Education and Culture from El Paraguay. Hello, everybody. It's a true pleasure to be here. I will try to be brief and concise with my explanation. We're full of plans. As many other countries, Paraguay has its own development plan for 2030, the TIC plan, the educational plan 2024, and an action plan from 2019 and up until now to 2023, and everything is integrated, these technologies within their plan.
También en la época de la pandemia tuvimos nuestra propia plataforma, Tu Escuela en Casa, hicimos lo que se pudo, hemos mejorado, hoy tenemos una plataforma interactiva, Paraguay Aprende, que aparte de permitir acceder a contenidos que ya han sido curados.
I'm not going to be adding many things because most of the things have been already mentioned by my colleagues, by the other ministers. We have also endured problems within the pandemic, created new platforms. So just to be different compared to the rest of my colleague ministers, we think that we're going to be recovering from this, just putting attention into devices, teachers. We were quoting in a Paraguay students that are our focus, but we are not making reference to families. Our families showed to us that during the pandemic, they were the key support of education. And family has knowledge, or maybe not. We need to take a look at, do these families have access to digital content? Do they know what it is? Of course, most of them don't. So how are we talking about integrating TICs without integrating parents? And how did we face these problems? We need to see that we have today teachers who are non-digital natives
and who handling technology in a very basic way and are sometimes afraid to use it in study classrooms because sometimes young people are digital natives. So why not use young people as helpers of their teachers in order to develop the classroom? This is something that happens in universities. We all have assistants who are young people for the professors, and I think that there's therefore a lot of theory, but we are missing practice. And this is something that is happening in Paraguay, and we are analyzing how to incorporate these young people as teacher assistants. We did something very big in Paraguay to incorporate devices, connection, these things that Stefania was saying, and this was not easy. Paraguay has some funds which we used in the last 5 years. Ambassador Pineda was the Minister of Education, and we incorporated 70,000 devices in the education system. We connected 2,500 institutions out of the ones that we have in Paraguay. Even though this is only 40% of the institutions, it's more than 70% of the students. So we are doing more impact with less money in the places that need it the most. And so there are achievements, but there's still a long way ahead. I don't want to come here and say that we have implemented something for 6 years and it allows you to do everything online. We still have a long way to go. We don't have any magical solution. We have a budget for 2040 that we're going to approve before August 15, where ICT is fundamental, and we want to really strengthen reading and writing to have students access books. In the last 10 years, this is the first time that we delivered books for children, and so each country has their own circumstances for us, without, of course, leaving aside the ICTs. We have to focus on reading, writing, and math, and see. We see that technology, of course, can collaborate, but it's not sometimes the central point at this time. For us, it's a complement, and we're going to continue investing in that. Thank you very much, Mr. Zárate, for commenting on the plans that are being carried out in Paraguay, the different actions and the reflection of what you need to focus on, and the focus again on the families and students, teachers, and use of technology. This is something that we have already talked about and we will continue to talk about today. And the phrase that you said, that we have to go more into practice and not so much into theory. And so with that, I'm going to now have Minister Pablo da Silveira, Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay, with the questions. Should I repeat them? No, that's fine. Yes, it's enough with me repeating myself. We should now repeat the questions. I'm going to focus on lessons learned, and I'm going to focus on the Ceibal case. But before I do that, I want it to be clear that even though Ceibal is the big agency that is working in the interface between education and technology, there are others who are also working on the same topic in Uruguay. For example, the universities, both public and private, have lines of work in that sense, and other stakeholders as well. It would be unfair not to mention that. But clearly, Ceibal is the center of the matter on this subject. I would like to mention some lessons learned for us, the Uruguayans, and which could be useful for others. The first one is the huge importance of continuity of public policies above the natural rotation of parties in the government. One of the things that has strengthened Ceibal is that it is now living with a fourth government that has been controlling the political system since Ceibal was created. There's been different governments of a same coalition of government, but with different dominant forces, and governments of another coalition that was the opposition when Ceibal was created, formed by political parties that were the opposition when Ceibal was created. And none of that affected the continuity of Ceibal. Naturally, each government gives its own emphasis, and they have the right to do it, but the continuity of Ceibal and the main lines that orient, main guidelines that orient their work was never at risk. And that is a lesson learned for us. That's extremely important in order to accumulate experience, in order to generate results, to generate the sort of certainty that we need in order for other stakeholders to believe in that experience and for them to use it as reference and to dialogue it with it. I know that it's easier said than done, especially in some political contexts. But I'm going to mention something that Leandro Folgar says that I really like. He says that state policies are not created by those who create policies, by those who continue it. It doesn't make sense for me to create a policy and say, this policy is going to last any changes in government. I have no power to do that. No government has the power to give orders to the governments that are going to substitute it and say, you have to maintain this policy. The one who defines that a policy started by a government becomes a state policy that is continued beyond changes in government is the one that follows. And so I think that responsibility lies there. And another lesson learned that is very important is huge importance of technical knowledge. One of the great strengths of Ceibal, it was mentioned yesterday, is a wonderful technical team, wonderful in all senses due to its strictly professional level, its commitment with the institution, and its sense of mission, its creativity, its flexibility. Sometimes it's a bit hard for governments to provide enough space and capabilities for the technical side, and sometimes in politics there's a mistake of saying, okay, if there is a clear political will, if the state is in it, and if I put money into it, then things are going to be good. And it's not that way. There can be a clear political will of going in one direction. There can be money, there can be anything you want. The state can put its whole structure. Sometimes it's a solution or sometimes an issue, and things may still not work. Giving the space that is needed for technical knowledge and technicians is extremely important. The third thing is management models. Yesterday it was mentioned, and it's true that Ceibal works in a very special regime, which was not created for Ceibal. It existed before in Uruguay and is used in other areas, which is what we call a public person of non-state rights. It is a public person, a juridical person, but it works in a private rights regime. And so they can buy things or contracts in the same way that they would do between private parties. And this gives it a speed that the state doesn't have. It makes it more agile. The contracts and sort of the processes of public companies in general are much slower than what a technological company like Ceibal needs. This doesn't mean that there's no political responsibility. If there is a big mistake by Ceibal, then of course there is a political responsibility by the minister, for example, of what happens with Ceibal. But the daily management is as though it were a private company, and I think that that is very important. And the last thing, I don't want to go over time too much, but it's important to have clear the link between the pedagogical and technological aspects, and therefore try to link those things. Ceibal was born as a program within the presidency of the Republic, and it's very far from that. That helped it be born and grow, but there was a real difference between the fantastic offer of Ceibal of platforms and instruments of all kind and the demand. And if you have a great proposal, but only 10% of students are benefited with that proposal, then there is an issue there. One of the things that we did in this last years is to get Ceibal institutionally closer to the education system. So it stopped being a program of the Presidency of the Republic, and it became the innovation agency related to of Uruguay, linked with the Ministry of Education and Culture. And the last thing that we need, and something we need to mention, is that we need money. These things are not solved with little money. When this government ends, it's going to be close to $1 billion spent throughout its activity. And that, for a country as small as Uruguay, is really a big amount. Well, it is a big amount anywhere, but in the case of a country like Uruguay, it's really a lot of money. Thank you very much, Minister. I would like to highlight your point of view on the continuity of public policies, in particular, how they become state policies, the technical equipment and the technical knowledge that Ceibal has, how these policies have been continued, the management models, and the link between pedagogy and the technological aspect, and lastly, money, which is something that we always talk about, but sometimes we don't really talk about it. And now we'll have the Minister of Education, Science and Technology of Salvador, who is going to be joining us through a video, Mauricio Pineda. In Salvador, we strengthen a policy of transformation where digitalization of education and taking advantage of technologies in schools is the basis of the whole transformation. Along these lines, we developed a program providing technologies for all students and teachers of the public sector of all levels of education. We also have a program for production of education material that is multi-platform based, because we need adequate material that are interactive and of good quality, together with delivering devices to everyone. We also bring connection and training to teachers and their families, because acquiring technological competences and digital ones is focused on all the population without distinctions. As said before, in this space, we believe in public policies which are inclusive, universal, sustained, and scientific evidence, and which are focused on rights. This whole vision is based on the 4.0 revolution that is oriented towards economy and social and political life. The way of communicating between people is changing. And there is, of course, more use of technology, as well as automatization of industrial processes, at the same time opening up new ways of participation, political participation. This means one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as a country, and at the same time, there's this effort to transform and change radically what happens in school. And this is what's giving us most lessons learned learned as the Ministry of Education. We need to assume that each child has the right to enjoy learning in each of the stages of development according to their needs and interests, with their family accompanying them, also the teachers, administrative staff, and the different education agents who are involved in the learning processes. The mistake that we've done for years is that believing that to change the education system, we just have to change the curriculum documents, and this can be done behind society. That's why my administration wants to have an integral reform in order to sustain a pedagogical model and orient learning towards new skills which have to do with the social and scientific transformation of the 21st century. The pedagogical model that we are fostering establishes a new way to understand learning bonds that are done in school, in the classrooms. It has to do with practical things in the education activity of teachers with students, and it's based on scientific principles, ideological principles that respond to specific historic needs of the territory, which in practical terms has the axis of curriculum in terms of design, instrumentation, methodology, and evaluation. We should not forget that a pedagogical model is a historic construction according to different circumstances and evaluation of the education processes.
We're trying to go from subjects that are not connected to areas of learning in which we want to overcome each kind of compartments that separate our curriculum. And this is in favor of the current learning processes and practices. This would imply a redesign in material and specific methodologies. This will also imply to develop more gaming sort of activities in order to promote these attractive challenges throughout the different learning experiences. The traditional methodology only it is not promoting the wish of learners to learn. So we need to re-adequate this in order to have the right adequations for these learning processes. So this is why we are trying to and proposing to go from a unidirectional organization to a multi-level one, or reorganizing the classroom in order to generate new mobility spaces for interaction among students and teachers. We are clear that this is not enough with introducing technologies in the school. We need to integrate to a pedagogical environment these tools to promote new learning processes. Pedagogical tools are setting the rhythm and the times of technology. This is why innovation and education are not only boiling down to use of technologies. We also need to have technical support in order to have this implemented. We're working in the field of competences that we're delivering to our students, which are less specific and now more complex and broader, to redefine the concrete tools and to reinvent them in order to put them to the service of new problems. Thank you so much.
Le agradecemos por el envío del video al Ministro de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología de El Salvador, algunas reflexiones que hacía sobre su política nacional.
Thank you so much, dear Minister, for sharing your experience with you and how you're integrating these stakeholders and how you're integrating also this technology in fostering potential learning. Thank you to the 5 ministers that we have here, Ecuador, Honduras, Paraguay, and in Salvador. In this order, thank you for your reflections. It's been a true pleasure to share this panel with you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Gonzalo Baroni, Director of Education from the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay. You shared with us, you landed this to reality, so you're landing plans and dreams and in numbers. Now it is very good to see this, so we can land all plans. We will now continue with the second panel. which is going to be a bit different. In this case, we will only have authorities and Ceibal managers, which are going to talk about innovation and digital transformation. Leandro Folgar, president of Ceibal, Uruguay, is going to start this conversation, and we will have a graphic narrative sharing different concepts. I would like you to see this. This is a very interesting concept that we are using in order to acquire new concepts. And then we will continue with further management from Ceibal. Leandro, you have the floor. Hello, everybody. Hello again. For me, it is a true pleasure to be able to tell you a bit more about Ceibal. And after this, of course, it will be very interesting to hear about our colleagues who are the ones who make Ceibal possible on a daily basis. One of the things that Minister Silveira mentioned in the recent panel was regarding the evolution of the state policy and how Ceibal has walked in this sense, this path, for over 16 years. This is like a project that was born as a small project of 9 people or 10 people in a technological lab that is called LATU, which were talking and dreaming on how to implement 1 laptop per child that was born in the MIT back in 2006. In 2017, we started launching this project, and very quickly we realized that the approximation, the 1 laptop per child, was not feasible for us. It wasn't the solution we wanted to provide. So what Uruguay was trying to do back then was to close or reduce the digital gap, to provide more access to digital content. And this is why very quickly it transformed itself in a program where it started from being a project until it became a program, and in the end a plan, Ceibal plan. And during this government and within and under my management now, it is no longer a plan, it is a center with technologies put to the service of education. But it had to do everything it was before in order to become what it is today. And as part of this evolution, we had to find, for example, and to realize that the digital gap, that at the beginning we thought it was 1, it wasn't 1, it was at least 3. We have the access, the use, and the quality in use gaps. So we realized that it wasn't enough for us to have available devices, to have the connection. That was the first part. We were able to connect all schools. We were able to provide a device to each student. However, things didn't change as we expected. Was that a mistake, a failure? No, it was a realization of what we needed to continue to do in order to close this gap. It wasn't enough to generate the proper learning we desire to have in students. That's why we started to use these in platforms and in training for trainers. So we saw that those teachers who know and are more skillful on the use of these devices, they were going to be the one helping students, of course. But back then, this was a distribution and logistic company who had to become also a training and content creation company, and also a company capable of managing platforms. So this was a lot. So we realized that it wasn't enough with providing training for trainers, but we needed to know what was working inside the classroom. Otherwise, these devices were not going to be used in the best possible way. So in order for this to be now a program, a plan, we created a national movement that was the global network of learning processes that had to do with innovation in pedagogy. And this is the biggest part of the transformation that we took in order to move forward. These steps that enabled us to continue climbing this sort of ladder. So we started doing this, and we did this year by year. And this also meant for the organization to transform itself. So when the minister talked about this format, this was a public company working with the private law, with the participation of the Minister of Education, the National Accountant of the Nation, the President of the Republic, myself as the civil authority. Imagine what this is, to be able to make decisions every 15 days to report what's been done. This means that every day, the whole educational ecosystem and the political ecosystem is fully invested in the decisions of this company in order to make progress in this digital transformation agenda. Not only this, but also in order for Ceibal to be a genuine, innovative center to the service of public policies, we need to implement transformations. We needed to transform that organization that we used to have, despite connectivity, despite logistics. We had to be a broader and more comprehensive organization. Today, we're almost 6 companies inside a company. We have hardware, logistics, software and platforms in the cloud, creation of content. It is also a company of innovation when it comes to pedagogical things. It is a company that carries out programs, face-to-face programs in the educational centers. We're not only deploying technology, and this is also a small telecom company, for the connection of these educational centers to be, in order for these centers to be the one that we have, that is almost 100%, we're just missing a few students. I'm talking about few, and I'm talking about less than 9, just for you to have the idea. Just less than 9 are missing in this inclusion of having high-performance connectivity for all our educational system. And for this to happen, there is a team of 40 people that is constantly monitoring this connectivity. And this means that there is a conversion of Ceibal towards services, to understand user experience and to be able to accommodate the service we provide. But to be there, we had to go through this transformation, giant steps we took. Also, Ceibal provides Uruguay with this self-digital determination. We propose to have a fair and delicate balance between the professionals we need. Even though we are 500 people, half of them are technicians in a very specific area and professionals of education, which work hand in hand in order to provide a service that has sense, that makes sense for students. And even though we're doing this, we have huge challenges to face. And in order to solve this, we really needed this pandemic, so these services that we were already providing was really appreciated. Before the pandemic, just 20 or 30% of our students were using digital platforms to teach and learn in a systematic way. After 13 years of sustainable investment in Ceibal. Does this mean that whatever we did in the past was a failure? Not at all. It means that in the area of making the most of technology for learning, we didn't make all the process we needed to make. Even though each student during the pandemic had access to a device and had access to internet of quality and was able to maintain the condition of student and the connection with their teachers. This was key in order to navigate this pandemic. So, all in all, what Ceibal offers is an ecosystem of innovation for the educational communities. Each one of the lines in which we need to go deeper are a challenge in themselves, a giant challenge in themselves. So when I was using this marathon, this constant marathon that we're always running, it is true. This is the best description that I can give you. We always need to carry on conducting more activities because this is a long-term process in these parallel lines. And last but not least, before my team comes, for Ceibal to be a genuine innovative center, it is not enough for Ceibal to be an innovative organization. One of the things that I repeat to my team is that the fact that we are innovative and agile and quick, it's not making any good to the educational system if this does not translate into innovation cells in each one of our educational centers. For education to innovate, we need to have small innovation cells taking the possibilities from Ceibal in order to implement this innovation and to have this innovative mentality within the communities.
You're going to hear now participants who are conducting this every day. What it's our she's very young. She started with
con Irene González, la gerencia de educación con Carina Bálsamo y la gerencia de tecnologías de la información con Martinanza. Muchas gracias.
Information Technology.
Gracias, Leandro. Gracias. Bueno, ahí
Thank you.
dejó las claves de lo que ha sido Ceibal y esto, innovación basándose en el Ceibal parecería ser uno de los grandes desafíos.
Innovation.
Bienvenida ahora, entonces, como ya la anunciaba Leandro, Fiorella Jaime, gerente general de Ceibal, que también va a ser
con un panel who's going to make a presentation, and then we will continue with the panel in these topics of innovation. Thank you very much, Leandro, for your words, especially about saying I'm young. We want to thank you in the name of all the team of Ceibal for the concepts. I want to tell you a bit about this that Leandro was saying about the 6 companies. We talk with different countries. These issues are resolved in sometimes there is a Ministry of Telecommunications that is in charge of connectivity, and sometimes there is a Ministry of Education that is in charge of training teachers in terms of technology. And it's very hard to get the communication there. I think that the advantage that we have at Ceibal is, first of all, that we are the responsible ones. When this is diluted in so many organizations, it's very hard afterwards when things don't work and there are no results to see whose fault it is. And we've seen that in several of the countries with which we have shared and exchanged experiences that it happens. And this, oftentimes I explain this, it's like doing a Sudoku. When you play with a Sudoku, you have to place numbers in a line, in a column, and in a square. So you have to make all of that make sense in the 3 dimensions. So when we, for example, buy a laptop, the laptop has to have a network part so that we can take advantage of the connection network. And that has to have the appropriate bandwidth in order to be able to work with the platforms that we want to use. If we have a new curriculum where we that one of the abilities that require is computer computational thinking, and we say all of the education system has to have that skill, and we achieve the notion that the place to do that would be 6th grade based on pilot cellular experiences, and that is with and we need to have equipment that has good connectivity. We need to have that in order to try to have good communication, try to have programming that can be do
The idea is for us to have this focus in order to give an answer to the other competences that we need to develop with the creation of all the competences that are planned for our curriculum. This, of course, must make sense in a comprehensive way. This is something that I discussed with several of my colleagues. Doesn't make sense to go in compartments, go stage by stage, like, okay, let's solve the connectivity, but what's the use of solving connectivity if I don't have any device to connect? What's the point in having devices if I don't have content to work with? So this is the logic we are trying to pursue. Not to work as an independent agency, but in coordination with all agencies, as my colleague said. The idea is to search for a topic and solve it in a comprehensive way. And also, how can we measure results? This is why the proposal is to go from 3 representatives of these different areas. On the one hand side, we have a representative for from the management. She's the manager herself. She represents the operation. And she handles everything that has to do with the delivery of devices, the technical coordination, of course, the IT tools, and data management, who is looking at what's going on and what we can generate when we're working on a specific project. And this is what we are doing and how we can improve in a real time. And this is fundamental in current times. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that something that also was discussed yesterday when you talk about digital technology. This is not only screens.
What we can do with the new technology goes much beyond that. We were mentioning programming upwards, but we have other, for example, robotics or 3D printers, drones, sensors. And so when we talk about that after the pandemic, the children didn't want to use Zoom anymore. Of course, we didn't want to use Zoom anymore. We didn't want to have any other calls. And so there were other ways of promoting that teamwork, promoting creativity, trying to have that type of thought, computational thought, scientific thought of resolution of issues that involve knowledge of programming.
So we can do this through the challenge of other bots, and we can also generate things with a 3D printer. We can also generate new inputs through this. So just wanted to mention these 2 integral solutions that we can provide, so it makes sense. And on the other hand, when we talk about technology, it is not only a screen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Florencia. If you can stay with us, you're going to be moderating the next panel. These visual interpretations are wonderful, and this is very useful for me to set concepts in my mind, so thank you. This was done by Sofía Donner, so thank you, Sofía, for your art. As I said, Fiorella is going to be moderating this panel, and we will continue now talking about innovation at Ceibal with digital transformation. We will now like to invite Irene González. She's the data management manager at Ceibal. Martín Anza, general manager of IT at Ceibal. And Carina Balsamo, she's the educational and deep learning manager at Ceibal. Please be welcome. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Our idea is to then share in more depth, given the time that we have, which is not much, some of the projects with which you're working in your different areas. So let's start with Irene González. Good morning, everybody. I would like to now discuss, and just to recap on the things that we were mentioning these days, the importance of evidence-based on data, the most effective way to transmit how data is part of the ADN at Ceibal is to show our projects. This is not maybe the most typical project of evaluation on technology, but it has to do with a project with which we're working with ANEP in order to improve the issues that we have, which is the lack of enrollment.
And how data has informed the design of that project, the diagnosis in order to design an intervention, and they are going to continue informing of the effectiveness of policies and the effectiveness of different tools that we can use. As a launching fact, I don't know how many of you are familiarized or what the problem is like in other countries, but here in Uruguay, 7 out of 10 children in primary school are considered to have chronic absences, and so they have lots of absences during the year to class. And this is a data that really worries us. It's not new. It's not about pandemic phenomenon. It has been happening for many years. And of course, it's a very complex topic that requires a complex approach, but we need to think with the data of interventions in order to be able to solve these issues. One of the things that we learned when we started to analyze data is, apart from the 7 out of 10, is what was the pattern of these absences? There was this idea that there was this sort of moments where there were a lot of absences, but in general, it's more sprinkled around. It's sort of like maybe 2 or 3 absences a month. Of course, it's more in vulnerable environments. Boys are absent more than girls. There were many different things that came from the data. And we had lots of we talked with the families, with the teachers, and we saw that this phenomenon was a bit invisible. The families, on one hand, were not realizing the seriousness of how many absences the children had. Sometimes they were underestimating that. They had optimism regarding that. And there was a lack of clarity regarding how many times it's okay to be absent. They said, okay, 3 times a month it's okay, but 20 in the year is too much, and okay, one thing leads to another. And there were directors and teachers who were aware of the issue, but they only located that in some critical aspects, some critical places, and they lost this sort of more global vision. And so with this diagnosis and this exploration stage and trying to understand the topic, we centered in a design of a solution which has 2 components. One is a laboratory work to try to see how to approach with behavior these mistakes in the handling of information of families in the education centers. We have sent out letters. We are executing this fully. We have sent more than 10,000 physical letters showing the families the absences of children. Another of the beliefs that we saw is that in the families they said, no, my kid is as absent as the rest of the kids, or maybe even less. And so we showed them when they were being absent more often than the rest of the class. That was another piece of information that we shared. And then we have a chat box on WhatsApp to show teachers in real time which are the students that are having absence issues. And so this goes together with a work that we are doing with an app of information systems, how we are providing information to the different stakeholders and how presenting that information sometimes reinforces the issues. If we only show the absences in a certain period, then we are not seeing the big picture. And so we are also working in trying to do this in the big systems. We are also trying to have alert systems. The alerts nowadays in education systems have to do with cumulative absences, and so chronic children who have chronic absences are sometimes not detected this way. And so there's different ways in which this understanding of data is allowing us to work. And lastly, I would like to mention the importance of working with an experimental methodology in order to generate this type of experiences. And we have a control group and treatment group that is going to help us see the effectiveness of this intervention, and this is going to help us with the public policy and have elements to see if it is a tool that is worth incorporating in approaching an issue that is quite complex. It requires many different approaches, but of course data cannot be absent from that. Thank you very much, Irene. It's definitely a passionate topic and that we are working on together with INEP. We will now move on to Martín Anza, who is going to tell us about a project of information technology. Thank you very much. Well, hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here in our home in Uruguay. And I'm going to tell you about a project that we're working on. The Minister was saying it today, and also Leandro and Fiorella, the work of Ceibal together with the Ministry of Education and Culture. This is a project that we worked on with public education in Ceibal, and it's called Center Monitoring. But before I tell you about the project, I want to go over some points that we've been discussing since yesterday and that we repeated several times this morning. And it's on one hand, the use and responsibility that we have in the generation of data and making decisions that are aware of the data. And also the important role of education centers and being present, being close to teachers and direction committees and with the students. Those two variables together, generating information and education centers, have led us to create this project of monitoring centers. This is a project that is basically a piece of software. It's a dashboard, multi-level dashboard, where we gather lots of information of all the institutions, or most of the institutions, education institutions that we have in the country, and where we provide the education center a holistic view of what is the status of their health. Some examples for this: they can know their status through variables, macroeconomic variables. They can know the attendance of their students, which is one of the variables that was being talked about, and also the use of technology that we put, for example, what Leandro was saying, the use of technology that we have in the education center, such as, for example, the use of devices, the use of platforms, the different software, the status of connection that we have at the center. And so this is a view that we provide for teachers of this. This project has worked really well, thankfully, and it has a lot of traffic. And so what we are doing is trying to extend the project, try to put it in the hands of the authorities that are regional, departmental, in order to compare different education centers and make decisions at a higher level. And again, it is a showcase, as was said yesterday and today, of how we can use information in our favor in order to bridge the gap of equality in technology for our students. Thank you very much, Martín. I want to highlight here, as the Minister of Ecuador did before, that sometimes things that seem impossible are achieved in the country. And for us, having been able to design a single tool of monitoring that indicates indicators of INEP with indicators of Ceibal, and to have a single tool and not have two duplicates, which seems quite logical, was really an achievement which has no precedent. So it's really something that is very good for us. So let's move on to Carina Balsamo. She is in charge of 4 big management. Today she's going to focus on one very specific topic due to a lack of time, but she will be available afterwards in case you want to ask her about any of the other topics in her orbit. So go ahead. Thank you, Fiorella. I'm going to talk about education platforms, and I have to confess that I'm a computer engineer, so I love platforms and I love software tools, but they are tools, and it has been said several times in this event that we're talking about tech on our terms. And Leandro explained it really well as well. We made our homework, we solved connectivity devices, but it was not enough, and we went and acquired 10 education platforms that are now at the service of education. There's for math, languages, programming, and it was not enough either. And so we went and mounted education programs, and we have more than 14 education programs, more than 200 training courses for teachers, which try to have traditional education models together with a digital aspect and innovation. And we still have a lot to do. The message that I wanted to bring and convey is that platforms have advantages, of course. Some were mentioned: creativity, critical thinking, scientific thinking, multidisciplinary aspects, and in general, platforms, all of them have a strength or a characteristic that distinguishes them, and I'm going to bring two medular examples for Ceibal. One is CREA from the company in Power School, which is here with us, that has a strength, which is that it provides an online classroom space, which was very important during the pandemic. All of the teachers can leave the material there, they can download homework from the students, they can have video conferences, communicate with them, or also foster communication with the parents through CREA. And then we have another medular platform, which is becoming platforms with its edits, and its strength is the online massive courses, which nowadays are being the basis of training, of teacher training. And it's also how we are carrying out their training and trying to reach teachers more rapidly. And so they each have their strengths, and technology seduces us. That's why we have a cell phone in our pockets and we dedicate a lot of time to it, but we cannot get carried away quickly. One of the lessons learned is that we have to dedicate time to understanding the issue that we want to resolve with technology. That is important. It's not trivial. You do not get married on a trivial decision, and the choice of platforms is a long-term investment. Leandro also mentioned the word ecosystem several times, and something that we have learned is that choosing platforms should not be individual. We have an ecosystem of platforms, and we have to think about how you incorporate platforms to the ecosystem in a way that they complement each other, and that is the best way possible to resolve the different issues that we want to prioritize. At the same time, if we manage for different education stakeholders to align different strategic plans, such as the case of the monitor, we can solve with a platform to similar issues for different stakeholders, and that creates synergy and efficiency and a lot of beneficiaries of that. And lastly, I should say that platforms bring a great opportunity and challenge, which is the massive collection of data. Irene also mentioned that if we're able to have a more connected ecosystem of platforms, the data are going to be more connected, and the information of how our education communities choose what to do, how to do that, are going to make more sense, and we're going to understand the results more easily based on the integrated data, and therefore transform and impact education in the best way possible and in the way that we are aiming for. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Carina. Y esto es un poco lo que yo decía del sudoku, ¿no? O sea, si tenemos 10 plataformas diferentes de 10 empresas diferentes de distintas partes del mundo, ¿cómo hacemos para no enloquecer?
This is what we're talking about the Sudoku. How can we not drive our users crazy when we have so many platforms and for them to have a unique experience? So that's the experience of Martin, to have a unique login so that when a student comes in, they can have that. And so that's that other piece. And when we have the reports of that data, we have to create the reports for an app to see where their centers are and in different regions. That's where it comes in, the data, and creating reports to compare trends, to see what happens when there is in-person teaching or not. So it's not the case and all of that. So that's an example of the complexity and interconnection of each of these parts, which we need and which need each other to work.
Irene, Martín, Carina, la verdad que
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to listen to you because you really bring down to earth the information based on these examples of how you apply data to specific policies. We're going to have a 15-minute break so that we keep up with the schedule. I invite you to visit the showcase of projects of digital inclusion that is carried out by Ceibal Foundation and the National Agency of Research and Innovation. There you have the researchers, so you'll be able to work to talk with them. We'll be awaiting you here. Remember that we are live and streaming, and we'll meet back again in 15 minutes in order to continue learning about technology and innovation.
I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going live. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Hiding
Welcome everybody to this event on technology for Latin America with global and regional perspectives. We will continue our conversation. In the next panel, we're going to be discussing the digital transformation in Latin America. And we will receive the following participants that I will be mentioning. María Eugenia Alonso, coordinator of the Adela Network of Ceibal Foundation. She will also be the moderator of this panel. Jaime Saavedra, Director of Human Development for Latin America and the Caribbean from the World Bank. Come on, everybody, let's come back. Jaime, welcome back. Andrés de Lich, Deputy Secretary of the OE. Federico Burone, unfortunately, was not able to be here with us today. He's the Chief of Education of the Regional Education Office for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are going to be sharing pre-recorded videos. And Charles North, the General Director of Global Fund Direction for Education.
Muchas gracias, Carina. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Gracias a todos los participantes de este panel por su presencia.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your presence today.
Transformación digital educativa en América Latina y el sur global.
Digital transformation in Latin America and the Caribbean based on the following questions. How can technology favor the development and the access to quality digital access for education worldwide? What are the lessons and opportunities to generate educational content, and what strategies we need to develop in order to continue making available this content for lower income countries? We will start, please, with Jaime Saavedra, Director of Human Resources for Latin America and the Caribbean for the World Bank. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the question as well. Thank you for your invitation again to participate of this panel. I will just reflect on some additional comments. Some of the challenges that we face in Latin America to incorporate and have better use of technology have to do with the integration of research processes. On the one hand side, we have private companies that need to invest once they are developing software. We have an ecosystem of research centers. On the other hand, we have governments who have to invest in this, but also they generate data on what's happening on a daily basis with the use of technology, even though they're working in relatively small-scale projects on a daily basis. And fourth, we have the end users of technology, directors, managers, teachers, and end users. These four groups work on their own, not only in our region. So we have a huge work when it comes to generate these reports. It is so difficult to determine what works and what doesn't. This is something that changes in a very dynamic way. Second, I would like to talk about something that was mentioned yesterday, the creation of technology markets. Markets exist, we have offer, we have demand, but there are very difficult problems with asymmetrical information, which generate different offers of information among the same suppliers. So in the public sector or schools, they don't have the best available information on how we can integrate other solutions, what are the consequences, what are the most cost-effective solutions, and how to make it scalable. So this is another huge challenge when we need to talk about concrete markets. And then the next point is that the next challenge is the balance between life and technology. technology is there, it will continue to be there, and we have an immense group of solutions that will only imply improvement, because we're going to be seeking for this improvement in the welfare of students. At the same time, we need to make sure that we have teachers, managers, so we need to invest in the human resource factor. Both things need to go hand in hand, and this is where we are failing right now, the investment on human resources. And my final comment is that we have then this set of technological resources. Innovation is present. It's a train that we need to take. It continues to move forward, but we need to decide whether we want to be the drivers of this train to help in this educational process, or if we're going to be just passengers. So Cristóbal Cobo is the one who uses this metaphor. This train exists, it moves very fast, but are we going to be the driver or the passenger? Thank you. Thank you, Jaime, for your insight. It was very interesting to hear about your last comment. Andrés de Vich, the Deputy Secretary of the Latin American states, the World Bank. Hello, thank you. I think that this question has a very important topic, and it is what can technologies incorporate in the learning processes, because it's recognizing that the improvement of learning processes is happening at school with the aid of teachers. So this also leads to something that is also very interesting, as Carina commented, and she said, with a very clear paragraph that basically we're connecting schools, we delivered devices, nothing happened. We incorporated digital content, nothing happened, and now we're incorporating platforms, and I am afraid of the answer would be nothing happened, because we're not seeing improvements in results. And this has to do with the fact that technology itself will not solve the main problem, the core issue, that is the learning process. So we need to strike a balance, that we need to recover, finding a balance between technology and the human factor. So digital technologies, in order to have its most potential, we need to change the environment in which they work. And it goes beyond incorporating a new technology. It is not the same what we are seeing today with the incorporation of TV sets, or with the incorporation of the whiteboard and the chalk. These were technologies back then, and they were revolutionary. They presented a change in behaviors, and they required the modeling of new educational systems. This leads to think about new policies, and we cannot continue spending more time, whether this has to do with connectivity, with training the teachers. We need to rethink the pedagogical model of a school in the new digital world in which we are moving. And I say this because most of the strategies have to do with these issues that Latin America faces, which also have to do with its condition as being the most unequal region of the world. So we have a problem of access to technologies. So we need to know how to answer these. As the Ministro from Honduras said, 35% of their schools have no access to electricity. So you have to start by solving that issue first. Even though our dear Latin America is making progress, we have bad wind, we have a lot of devices per family, but this lack of equality, this inequality, is a predominant factor in terms of development technology. But what do we do? How can we rethink these technologies to be applicable, regardless of the training that the teachers need to receive? We need to train the trainers. Students won't go beyond if their trainers, if their teachers are not able to teach. So whatever happens in school has a decisive role. The formation, the training on the trainers, solving these gaps, rethinking the pedagogical times, as the Minister of El Salvador said, how from these technologies we need to rethink the way in which the classroom works, the face-to-face. How many hours are we going to be having face-to-face courses, virtual courses, hybrids?
So this set of issues that we have cannot be taken simply as if they were parts that you solve in a length of time. There has to be an integral factor that allows Latin America to use as an excuse these new technologies to rethink a new school model according to the society that is going on, which is a digital society. Thank you, Andrés. Very interesting contributions on the relationship of technology and the human factor and the importance of teacher training. Let's continue with the reflections of Mercedes Mateo Diaz, Director of Education of the IDB, who is going to show us her thoughts through a pre-recorded video. Thank you very much, UNESCO, the group of GEM, the Ceibal Foundation, and the Ministry of Education and Culture of Uruguay for the invitation to contribute with some thoughts to this global event. And congratulations on this very relevant report on education technology. The history of education in the region is mixed. There's good and bad news. There's been social mobilizations in some countries more than others. Children go further in school than their parents, and they know more than their grandparents. But on average, they know less than a grandfather, a grandparent from the countries of the OCDE. When we compare children who are within school and those who have left it, of course, there is a difference. There has been an expansion of access, but not of quality. So we lose children, and those who stay don't learn what they should. Something that changed in the pandemic is that technology started to be perceived not as a threat, but rather as an opportunity to ensure the permanence of the education. It became an ally of schools, teachers, families, and now that we have returned to a certain normality, we know that technology has come to stay, and nowadays technology is not just a tool to make education systems more resilient, it's also going to provide the jump in quality and equity that we hadn't achieved in the previous decades. Technology. When asked when we asked about the solutions of ChatGPT, the first thing that was mentioned was education. It has the potential of revolutionizing the way in which we learn through personalization. Technology can help in resolving the great crisis of learning that Latin America and the Caribbean has. For example, to resolve the issue of literacy, Brazil developed a program which uses a platform of artificial intelligence in order to support the learning of Portuguese in students. The platform corrects the tests of students and provides immediate feedback through an algorithm of automatic evaluation of writing. With that information, the essays are then evaluated by human teachers who are the ones who score them. From the IDB, we are supporting the countries of the region in incorporating the use of technology and artificial intelligence in order to improve the education and learning processes. First, with systems of alerts that use machine learning in order to detect from the beginning of the year which students are at risk of leaving the system so that the system can intervene in a timely manner. Then with platforms for the acceleration and personalization of learning that use ramifications and which are adaptive to support the teachers and for each student to be able to learn on their own, at their own pace. And with this technology, we're able to respond to the education needs our children with dyslexia and to promote the learning of languages such as Quechua thanks to conversation bots.
Thirdly, with the evaluation of learning through evaluations on how to evaluate fluence, this has a cost because they require an operator dedicated to this. Fourth, with the assignation of centralization and with the vacant of new schools, we need to find for new alternatives. Thank you. We would like to thank Mateo for his participation. We will now continue. Orial, he's joining from Orial UNESCO to share his reflections. Welcome. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I will be saving a lot of time, and many of our agencies coincide. We see eye to eye with the previous organizations. So the need of keeping and bringing this debate to the educational programs that the countries have and the governments have in the region. As human beings, we have this trend to try to simplify everything, right? And I think that an example is that if we analyze the media, how they have announced the result of this GEM report, we have seen that the biggest report is that UNESCO forbids the use of mobiles in the room. So I didn't say that, but I would like to call our attention to say that first, this is something that we were commenting yesterday. What is the highest challenge that we see, the biggest challenge in the region? And this has to do with the low results in the learning. So how, through the region, can we provide an answer to this challenge? So this region, that it has a lot of development, it's not fair. We have so much potential. 70.2%, only 70.2% acquire the minimum in mathematics competences. So we have ChatGPT, and we have all the world that is moving in a parallel way, and it's going so much faster. So we need to develop within our students critical thinking to interpret what the machines are telling them. So if they want to understand ChatGPT, it's not intelligent, it's very powerful, and many of us are using it for sure, but it doesn't understand what it is communicating to us. When we ask a question, it will return a combination, logic, mathematical combination, but it doesn't understand. The machine does not understand what the response that is given back. So this is why we need more and more this critical thinking. And these are the competences, the skills that we need to promote. When we analyze content, the first temptation that we have when we build platforms for technology is to import content that is developed elsewhere with resources that in theory have been doing good. My dear friends, this doesn't work. A teacher that is in a rural school will not be able to use the content of an academy in another city, because even though it might be fantastic, it is another language, it is another culture that is not going to be landed there. So we need to strengthen our capability in our system to produce contents that are localized within specific context to give the answer to this particular community. So the resilience in our education is to maintain this.
De América Latina, ¿no? O sea, ¿qué podemos construir de manera conjunta para dar respuesta a esto?
So the idea is to work together based on our learnings, and this is the invitation that we have. So I think from UN and the nations that we are present here today, we have room to improve. So we can continue working towards meeting with this central focus in the priorities of the region, implementing this systematic view, with this view centralized in the need that our communities have. Then we will only be able to provide an integral and holistic response. Thank you so much for your input. It's very interesting to hear about the relationship between contents and their different contexts. And to finalize, we're going to be sharing a response for Charles Knott.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join this important discussion on technology for education. Let me begin by congratulating the UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report on the launch of this new report on technology. This report comes at a critical time when EdTech is mentioned frequently in conversations on education and development. Emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that technology can play a critical role in building system resilience and supporting the continuity of learning during times of crisis. Over 1/3 of GPE's COVID response grants included low-tech distance learning solutions, such as radio and TV, while roughly 1/4 included online solutions using mobile phones, tablets, or web platforms. GPE partner countries are increasingly keen to adopt the use of technology to enhance their education systems and to ensure that children are equipped with the skills they need to be productive in the 21st century. But as the report makes clear, employing the use of technology for educational purposes is not simple. EdTech interventions must be designed so they can reach the poorest children, be used at scale, and address local education goals. Too many digital interventions are not designed to reach all children and address the challenges faced by teachers and learners in the classroom. They often fail to set clear context-specific goals, are not designed with the users in mind, and are being scaled up without sufficient evidence. COVID-19 has also made more visible the inequitable access to connectivity that prevents children and young people from using technologies for education. This global digital divide has been especially challenging for learners from vulnerable and marginalized groups, such as girls, partners located in rural areas and poor communities, learners with disabilities, and learners from minority ethnic groups. If these dynamics are not taken into consideration, the use of EdTech risks further deepening disparities. The education sector alone cannot solve the equity and access challenges posed by technology. The efforts of ministries of education, ministries of ICT, and the private sector must be aligned and coordinated to identify and roll out more inclusive digital learning solutions. Even so, scaling these technology interventions at a system-wide level is challenging. Teacher training and support is critical to positive impact at a system-wide level. Many teachers feel they do not have the skills to use technology for improved quality learning, either in the classroom or at a distance. We must invest in our teachers and pedagogical approaches that employ the use of better technology for better learning outcomes, rather than invest in technology and retrofit how we use it in the classroom. GPE contributes to national policy dialogue about the role that technology can play in system transformation in terms of equitable access, digital governance and regulation, as well as teacher capacity development. GPE supports partner countries to adopt priority systemic reforms, including those involving technology, to improve learning outcomes amongst the most marginalized children. We are also exploring opportunities to support partner countries in their planning for using technology for education and discerning which technology solutions will improve equity and access at scale. I am delighted that this report provides new evidence on the opportunities and challenges in technology for education, so that GPE partners can use this to inform the design of system-wide interventions focused on improving learning outcomes for all children, including the most marginalized. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best with your conference.
Agradecemos entonces a Charles Norris y muchas gracias a todos los panelistas por sus valiosos y
Thank you very much, Charles Norris, and thank you to all the panelists for their valuable contributions.
Gracias, María Eugenia, y gracias a los panelistas.
Thank you, Maria Eugenia. Thank you to the panelists. We're now going to continue with a space about education that is sustainable, scalable, and equitable for Latin America. So we'll have María Florencia Ripani, Director of Ceibal Foundation, who is going to be the main speaker, and then we'll invite Florencia to stay so that she can moderate the panel that follows.
No importa, ahora oradora principal de acá, después vemos el panel.
Okay, so main speaker now, and then we will see about the panel. Latin America and the Caribbean are facing a crisis of health, food, education, among other environments, which show the interdependence that exists in our societies to increase social well-being. These interdependencies also affect technology and its link with the SDGs. For example, SDG 1 related to the end of poverty, or SDG 9 related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, consider technology as key for development. Digital technology is a really necessary resource for real social integration and the transformation of the world that we collectively imagine. We depend on it for basic services, for job insertion, and for creating knowledge, since technology has the potential of extending the intellectual and physical skills of humans. Therefore, I propose to reaffirm technology as a key cultural resource for inclusion and social mobility. But this demands thinking about technology not just as a mediator of learning, but also as an object of study in itself, related to its possibilities of construction and social transformation. In this perspective, the digital gap is linked to restrictions not just in the significant use of technology, but of appropriation and creation of technology. Those who have fewer possibilities of accessing digital learning and have a greater risk of abandoning school are girls, boys, and young people of rural schools, indigenous communities, Afro communities, immigrants, and those with disabilities. Even though in several countries of the region, women are the same number or more as men accessing internet, in the region, women use internet and the digital technologies in a more restricted way and have activities that require lesser digital skill, technological skill. And this, of course, means less jobs for women. Women are almost absent from the innovation in technology. The World Forum estimated that women are less than 25% of the professionals of the area of artificial intelligence worldwide. We have no statistics of the region for these percentages. According to recent data of Ceibal Foundation in the framework of the Alliance for Digitalization of Education in Latin America, ADELA, the public policymakers consider that there are gender gaps in terms of STEM and digital learning, and say that the biggest challenges have to do with biases in teachers and education materials. The lack of specific teacher training for the use of technology is also something that affects
more than half of the teachers of the region, who are mostly women. According to a survey of Adela, there is a general perception by the public policy makers of the region about the challenges in the first training and continuous training of teachers in technology. And this happens while disruptive technologies such as generative AI emerge, which young people adopt in an informal way without the education systems proposing it or intervening in how the development of the use is done. In the region, there is a lack of access to devices and connectivity. This is something that is repeated a lot in reports and forums, but I want to bring some visibility to the social and educational barriers that exist related to the lack of incorporation of local culture and interests of the students. It's important to take into account that the approaches for integration of technology and education can be quite diverse. And in order to identify the strongest ones, it's fundamental to generate evidence through investigation, through research. In Uruguay, this is part of public policy through a research fund that Ceibal is in charge of, and the National Agency of Innovation and Research is also in charge of, which tries to make information-based decisions easier. We have launched this report yesterday, and there's a warning about how richer countries are being the focus point for these things. It's important to have appropriate approaches for the integration of technology and education, contemplating the diversity of contexts. Technology has to be defined in our terms, but also contemplating our possibilities and our interests. For example, the education project, the project of digital education and inclusive education in rural areas that was carried out in Honduras and Nicaragua, refers to available technology in the communities, mainly cell phones of the teachers who proactively make them available. I'm going to share with you a video about this initiative that provides a central role to the students through proposals of participative projects, of digital narratives related with the cultural and natural patrimony of the cultures and the communities. What I like the most is nature, trees, and flowers. The most important thing, firstly, is that it's going to help us with the installed capacity and technology in a context that is mostly rural. That would be the first thing. The other thing that I really like is that one of its axes is the cultural aspect, and I also like the environmental part that it has. And this one? Another very relevant thing is that they are not as shy with the use of technology. They have really taken charge of their identity, something very important that we have in our community. I felt happy because I appeared on videos and we saw what happened before when the lagoon was formed. They thought that it was a deer, but then they saw that it was a black bull, and they were so afraid that they began to tremble. The use of technology is very important because there is coverage to all the girls and boys in rural areas where there is no electrical energy and there's no internet. It's very important for children to know about everything that they can learn with technology. This project is an initiative of research, applied research, with implementation of prototypes of pedagogical approaches with use of available technologies. I'm going to share with you that it includes the collection of information with a follow-up through 600 interviews to teachers, students, and families of Honduras and Nicaragua where the project is being implemented. There's also knowledge tests before and after the implementation of the suggested pedagogical proposals. In Nicaragua, for example, the knowledge evaluations applied to 72 students in 3 schools show a significant growth of more than 70% in correct answers. The design of this project was inspired by the search of what is possible with existing resources and being convinced that there is not just one way of integrating technology in education. I think that this has to do with what Valdencir was mentioning in the previous panel, that regional perspective that we need to create for specific contexts that we have. And I think that this example is also something in favor of cell phones, because perhaps of how the report circulated, which was a bit altered, shows how it can affect these vulnerable communities that maybe have no availability of devices. The school has 1 television. They don't have electricity in the community. They don't have radio or television. They only have 1 solar panel and 1 television. And the only access to technology that they have is the cell phones of the teachers. And so there's that proactivity of the teacher who shares their resources. And that's part of the cultural resources that the community, the education community has. And so these children have, for example, never seen a picture of themselves. They were able for the first time to see a digital image of themselves with this project. And so this is sort of something in favor of cell phones. Perhaps it's not good to circulate this information without having a bit more of context. There are moments in which, with teacher intervention and appropriate use, they can be very useful resources to reach places where other technologies don't get to. And just to finish, I would like to say that with the persistence of inequality, perhaps we should be very creative, and in many vulnerable communities, we don't expect to have ideal resources, but we should think about what can be built with the available resources so that no one is left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Florencia, and you were right. You're not the moderator. Of course, Maria Florencia is right. She was in charge of this whole organization. So now I invite you to the next panel that is going to be moderated by Martín Benavides, director of the International Institute of Planning of Education and from UNESCO. As I call your names, please come on stage. Then Javier González, director of the Research Lab in Education for Latin America and the Caribbean of Chile. Florencia Ceballos, a senior specialist of the Program of Exchange for Development. Magdalena Brier, General Director of Profuturo. And we will also have some videos, pre-recorded videos of Stefania Giannini, Director of Research of Southern Boys, and Julia Santana, Executive Director of the CIEB of Brazil. I will now leave you with the moderation of Martín Benavides. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those who are connected virtually. It's an honor for me, it's a pleasure for me to be moderating this panel that has been really well introduced by the presentation that Florencia made and also by the video that shows us a hopeful reality, a potential of change, of substantial change. And basically what this panel is going to try to discuss is the question about whether technology, this technology or different technologies effectively help us bridge the gaps that we know exist in education. And there's two questions. The first one is how to favor the integration of technology in order for it to be sustainable. And a second one is which strategies it's necessary to develop in order to improve availability of technology in poor countries. And so we begin with Javier González, Director of the Research Lab of Innovation and Education of Latin America and the Caribbean from Chile. There's two questions for 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to do my best. I would like to very briefly say something that has to do with two GM reports. The one that was presented now based on focus on technology, and the 2021, which was done between UNESCO and SUMA for Latin America on inclusion, because this panel is precisely about inclusion and technology. And so it's important to see how we build on that knowledge that we accumulate in the region now as Ceibal, in terms of inclusion from SUMA. And I think that we can think about 3 points. On the one hand, it's about trying to understand inclusion in a holistic way. That's the first big point. And that has to do with going around the region, advising governments and their policies. We realize that there is a very limited definition of the concept of inclusion, that it is generally really tied to physical terms and disability. And perhaps poverty or gender could be included. And we think that it's very important to understand inclusion as a capability of recognizing, valuing, and constructing, building up on differences. And I think that this gives us a wider framework. And so from that definition, we try to go into groups that are really important for the region. One group is clearly the immigrants. If we only take, for example, Venezuela as an example, there's more than 7 million people who have emigrated, 42% of which are children and teenagers, and which, of course, get to the different countries and insert themselves in the education system. And, for example, there's also young people who are imprisoned, they are under custody of the state, and they don't receive formal education, even though they are in centers which are administered by the state. And so where is inclusion there? It's not just related to disability or poverty. It also has to do with the LGBTI community, gender issues. And so there's a series of groups that we think are important, and it's important to tackle that. Apart, of course, from people with disabilities. So that's the first point, how we understand the diversity of our education system, and therefore how technology is adapted to each of those realities. And so the second topic has to do with that, with understanding what diversity is. And then there's this technology. And so, as Fiorella said, we have to go beyond the tablets, and there's technologies that sometimes are not so modern as artificial technology, but they are available. For example, in Peru and Haiti, we identified that fewer than 10% of the children with hearing impairments receive technological support that helps them hear in their classrooms. And so these are technologies that are extremely important to inclusion. They are not necessarily linked to artificial intelligence. Yesterday, the Minister of Brazil proposed creating a regional platform with resources, and of course it's a great idea, but when we think about immigration, one of the issues that you find in young immigrants, apart of many other issues, is that they get there without an education record, and this implies that in general they are included in grades that are lower than what they were in the country. And so this also leads to them leaving school sometimes. And so why not think about a database of school records that allows us to have a better insertion of kids, of immigrant kids in our countries? So again, these are things that are not huge technologies. And just to finish, because now I don't have a lot of time, but also interpreting, simultaneous interpreting, translation. If we think about the number of languages that we have in our region, for example, in Suriname, there's 4% of children who speak Netherlands, and classes are not in that language. And so, just to finish, because we could also talk about this in terms of, for example, jails and having Zoom, etc. We need more financing as well, and better innovation ecosystems, collective capability for negotiation, and also property rights. We talked about property rights, software, etc. Why not try to establish this collectively in the global south? There's other things, but of course we don't have enough time.
Destaco la idea de las diferentes formas de inclusión y por lo tanto diferentes intervenciones que uno tiene que considerar.
So this has to do with different interventions. Stefania Charvet, she's the director of Southern Boys, and she's going to be showing us a pre-recorded presentation. The pandemic fostered a lot of discussions, and two of the most relevant findings for sustainable application of technology has to do with the pedagogical aspects of integration, and secondly, to make the most of the interaction of technology from a pedagogical standpoint. There are two elements to consider. First of all, we can say that technology can be as a subject itself within the training curriculum, but also as a tool itself. We also have very clear differences here. This should also enable students and teachers to develop digital capabilities and skills, while the second idea is to understand what kind of technological equipment is the most adequate, depending, of course, on its application, like in the use of learning math. So these technological applications can benefit from a graded scope, and in particular in relationship to students. This integration is going to then provide answer to closing these gaps that we find now in technology, what we call invisible barriers, and I call them invisibles because they are based on social norms that are maybe less evident. In a study conducted last year, we saw that these barriers were imposed on women. They didn't have access to certain technologies and education. One was a kind of barrier that was individual, that had to do with a lack of confidence in their own capabilities. The second one had to do with the families that didn't allow them to have access, or that maybe would give more access to men. And the third had to do with the community, which thought that maybe technology was not adequate for women. So it was just a misunderstanding. So an adequate integration enables us to provide more answers. So my final reflection would be that when we are going to define these topics, integration in technology, in the pedagogical models, and these barriers that I mentioned that are not that evident but are still present, it is crucial to promote a more sustainable and inclusive solution.
A Stefania, que nos llama la atención sobre la existencia de barreras invisibles, algunas de las cuales están.
Thank you so much, Stefania. You also mentioned some of these invisible barriers that are in the community itself. We will continue with the next presentation. This is going to be as well by video. Julia Santana, the Executive Director of the Innovation Center for Education in Brazil. We understand that inclusion and integration are key. The idea is for this to be designed in theory and reaches in practice. This is very difficult sometimes for us to conduct proper diagnosis. 60% of Brazilian schools do not use technology in their pedagogical activities, so sometimes we need to have this as an integrated use in our classrooms. We understand that both students and teachers need an adequate training so they can understand how to make the most of this and to use it as a tool in these activities and integrate them in their daily activities in classroom. So each one of the students would have an accompanied process in a very careful way, along with the support of teachers. And this has to do with proper trainer that we need to provide from our secretariats. We need to continue working closely and developing further skills in order to have a more positive result for the education. We're working with 6 organizations who work along with our federal government and the municipalities in construction public policies which promote this coordinated work. We will continue to work in this way because we found that this coordination works in the best interest of our students, and technology will be another aid in this sense. Julia Santana, thank you very much. She's calling our attention on the importance of civil society and what they consider relevant as accompanying teachers in their efforts in introducing and improving the use of technology in the classroom. We will continue now with the face-to-face meetings. Florencio Ceballos. And I will ask the question again. Florencio Ceballos is a senior specialist in the Exchange of Knowledge program of the IDBC. So, Florencio, how can we favor the integration of technology for it to be sustainable, promoting equality? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I would like to touch on 3 specific points. First of all, this is something that comes or derivates from the report, the title of the report, when you ask the question of how can we establish these terms. I think this is not only a question or an invitation to put learning at the center of the discussion. Of course, this is the core of our discussion, but we also need to make sure that the common good, the public good, is placed at the center of this discussion to have greater levels of inclusion. The second thing is to talk about low tech. The project that we were conducting in Honduras, along with the Ministry of Education, we were working in some context. We were working like in the frontier, Afghan and Pakistan, working with refugees, or in remote areas of Sahel in Niger, where this is not just because this is the only option that we have. So the work we did with low tech, with TV, with radio, not even with mobiles, these were the only material conditions in which we were able to develop such innovations, which doesn't mean that this was like a vintage promotion, say that we're going to be taking a program of the medium or other income countries, we will use it or apply it somewhere else. What we're trying to say is that according to what we know now, we can implement or use technologies that are available in the most efficient and in the best way to obtain higher levels of equality and inclusion despite difficult situations. And the last comment I have is a reflection on scaling and sustaining. I think that here we don't have to discuss on how we are escalating or sustaining an application or a program or a technology or a kind of device. we need to discuss how we use technology to escalate and sustain innovations that are going to promote higher levels of inclusion and integration. And this is the core role that technologies should have, because they won't be at the center of the picture, or it could be useless and marginal if we are not understanding that we're talking about a different challenge. We need to talk about scaling an innovation that has technological components that are going to improve our daily work. Thank you so much, Florencio. It was very important, your recognition on low tech. I remember that during the context of the emergency that we faced, even though it wasn't the answer that we wanted to have, radio was very important. And radio was also very important to reach different language populations, different than Spanish, I mean, so that's something remarkable. Magdalena Brier, our last panelist, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this event, which is so interesting. When we talk about introduction and the challenges of introducing digital technology in vulnerable contexts, we're talking about pedagogical challenges. And for us to be successful, the introduction of technology in the classroom, to do this, we need to introduce pedagogical changes destined to put the student at the center, to take into account the social context, to work with the social context where these children live. And when this happens, when we adapt the pedagogy and we introduce technology in a context where this has already changed, we see that the introduction of technology is successful. Our foundation is private. It was built 7 years ago, along with the support of Fundación Movistar and La Caixa. And the idea is for us to promote sustainability. We work in very rural areas in Latin America and in other parts of the world, and success of sustainability is in empowering the educational community. And with this, I mean the teachers, the directors, headmasters and headmasters of schools and families. The idea is to work together with them, to have tutorships, to work with them on a daily basis so we can have a diagnosis on the level of their schools and to accompany them with these routes of changes. What is the goal that they will have in front of them? So we provide mentoring, and the idea is to introduce in a slow way these changes. So once we need to introduce new technology, because they are already empowered, we can make sure that this transformation is sustainable. And when we don't have access to a school, we also conduct this direct intervention and mentoring with an open model, with a self-diagnosis tool, with which they can evaluate the digital capabilities that they have. We propose some trainings that are always mentored. We have seen that in this environment of rural teachers and within vulnerable contexts, mentoring programs are key. We are able to share excellent results in very vulnerable results when these trainers have the pedagogical tools that they need. When they have access to this training, we really saw very interesting experiences with technology that was very transforming. Regarding investments, the white elephant in the room when we talk about how much should we invest in order to introduce technology. What we need to take into account is that these investments must be included in the budget of each country, and studies as the one that we are sharing today, evaluations that we can share and put in the hands of everyone, the results of our interventions and our researchers are for governments to gather and take, if they want, more decisions that are based on evidence. Thank you so much, Magdalena. The idea of empowering the community is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you to the audience. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for our speakers for forming this panel, and we will continue now. We will talk about education in technology and innovation, challenges and opportunities. We will wait for a picture, and I will tell you who are going to be our next panelists. Agustín Porres, LATAM Regional Manager for LATAM Argentina. Pablo Ceballos Estarella, Director of the Office in Latin America of IP UNESCO. Erika Molina, Specialist of BitLab.
Se nos armó lío con el cambio de panel, pero ya estamos acá.
So let's wait for them to come on stage. Adriana Junio, she works in ANEP. And Claudia Costin, Director of the Center of Excellence from Getúlio Vargas in Brazil. She's going to be participating from a pre-recorded video.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Pasamos así a esta velocidad de uno a otro.
Okay, very quickly, we're just changing. I am sorry. I am not using. The idea is to center our discussion in entrepreneurship and the incorporation of technology in terms of challenges and opportunities. So we will start with Pablo Ceballos to talk about challenges and opportunities. Pablo.
¿Se oye? Sí. Hola, gracias. Es un gusto estar acá.
Hello, thank you.
Yo quisiera empezar por dar una respuesta lo más contextualizada.
I would like to start by giving my answer in a more contextualized way. So I represent the Institute for Planning at UNESCO. We have our office in Buenos Aires. And I would say that the way that we use and we work is to take into consideration the use and the complexity in policy making throughout these conferences. And in all conferences, we talk about the impact of technology in learning. Of course, this is very important, but it's not everything. The work that we conduct at IPE, we differentiate the way that we use of technologies. I'm not questioning here. Of course, we have many and abundant information about the fact that technologies, if we use them correctly, will have an important and positive impact on education. But it is to generate digital technologies that will meet this promise of changing the role of the teacher. So instead of having a very promising teacher who is bringing the knowledge, we want to have a teacher who helps kids find the answer through critical thinking. So if we take a look at this approach, there are other two reasons why we should invest in policies that use these technologies. Because one has to do with the promise of reaching more people, Digital technologies are tools to reach people that we wouldn't reach otherwise. And I'm talking about people that live far away, or people that have disabilities. So there is a huge promise regarding access and the access that digital technologies will enable, but this is, of course, a topic in which we're not always discussing. And a third topic that I would like to propose, since this is the topic that is of more interest for us, is the use of technologies for all the planning processes and management process of educational systems. I'm thinking about the OMIs or other systems of technology, in which we are already well advanced, but we are still suffering from this syndrome of producing a lot of information and don't use this information. So once we talk about technologies and education, almost by default, we tend to think on the impact on technology in learning. I insist, it is very important, but there are also other aspects to take into consideration. I will stop now. Thank you, Pablo. We will now introduce Adriana.
Le damos la palabra a Adriana Aristimuño, Desafíos y Oportunidades en Políticas Públicas.
So, challenges and opportunities in public policies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation in the name of Aurora Silva. It's a pleasure from ANEP. The challenge of education policy at any point of introduction of technology in education, I think, has to do with the relevance of allocating, adjudicating, and inserting education, technology of education, and having appropriate technology for the needs of the education system, and already creating a bridge to the next panel, also being fed by data. It's very important to be alert and up to date with what the latest generations provide in terms of technology of education. And in this sense, as we'll see in the next panel, and as we saw in the GM report, the information is quite incomplete and it doesn't really have conclusions. And so I think there is a great challenge there of doing it with relevance, pertinence, and with knowledge of data and research. And there is a huge opportunity, of public policies in general, education policies with technology is nowadays in a development that we had never seen before in terms of civilization and knowledge that technology is driving us forward and is providing tools that were unthinkable before, as we've seen many times here in the event, of low and high tech. So radio, television, and the pandemic, and now ChatGPT, to provide opportunities of equality and inclusion in the education systems. And so I want to believe that the opportunity is much bigger than the challenge, even though the challenges, and the GM report shows it, that the challenges are also quite big. Thank you very much, Adriana. Thank you very much. We're on time. Let's now listen to Claudia Costin, who is the director of the Excellence and Innovation Center of the Foundation Getúlio Vargas, which is pre-recorded. The public policies can favor inclusion of technology as part of education, formal education, in different levels of schooling, and guaranteeing access to connection, not just for administrative ends, but also for use in the classrooms and using high-speed internet. Apart from that, it's very important to train professors for a pedagogical practice that is better than what technology can offer. So it's not just distributing iPads or computers and doing exercises on the computers. It's very important to foresee an adequate use of technology. And here the ideal is to prepare a system of public schools for a concept of an inverted classroom. That is, perhaps search can be done in the school libraries using the computers or information technology rooms, or in the houses of the students. And professors use those tools for two things: to have collaborative resolution of issues using the concepts that were learned at home or in the libraries, and making use of adaptive platforms where something can be tested, but not to give a score, but to know what are the gaps of knowledge that that student has, and generating information in order to make decisions, for the teacher to make decisions, and to have that student be in digital classrooms or provide solutions that can provide the contents that that student has not developed yet, where they can develop the skills that they have not yet developed. And for that to work well, it's also important for the homes to have a connection. It's not easy, but we have to have public policies in that sense. Thank you, Claudia, for your participation. And let's move on with the question of challenges, open opportunities, and incorporating technology, now with a perspective from the entrepreneurship area. We now have Erika Molina from the IDB Lab. Thank you. So these 2 days we've been listening about the great challenges that education is facing in our region, with very significant gaps in access and quality, and in particular with important challenges to reach the populations that have more difficulties, such as people with disabilities, people who live in remote areas, populations who belong to poor homes, etc. And so considering this, innovation in education is something that is extremely necessary, something that can help us accelerate the process of bridging gaps. And the entrepreneurship sector is, of course, a motor of innovation in society, since its flexible and agile structures allow them to adapt to the demands and changes in context and to quickly provide solutions and new ideas. And the market logic really throws them into continuous improvement, and of course this is reflected in better results. Of course, in education, the articulation of the entrepreneurs with the public sector is really necessary, especially in compulsory education. Last year in the IDB Lab, together with HeartNetU, we made a study of EdTech study in Latin America and the Caribbean. There were different trends, challenges, and opportunities there, and the collection of data was basically done with surveys, interviews with the different stakeholders of the sector, public education, and the platform that was developed. According to the education stakeholders, the main areas where nowadays education technology could generate most impact is in access to education, solutions that could help for more people to participate in the systems, and solutions that could improve the learning results. I'm going to very briefly comment on two examples that are examples that the IDB Lab is working on in the region. One is Lang, which is a Colombian startup of education technology which is focused on teaching English. Now, 3 out of 4 children in our region say they don't speak fluent English, according to a survey, and this, of course, especially affects the population of low incomes, and they can't access high-level English courses due to their high costs, and so this affects their possibility of getting jobs and also their education possibilities. SNAPS what it does is try to benchmark the possibilities of technological education and try to provide really personalized language education. And so this is personalized with the role that the person is going to have with a task, whatever their job is, and the role applied to a certain sector of activity such as health, education, manufacturing, etc., and take into account the interests of the student. The interesting thing is that technology allows us to make a monitoring of the advance in the learning and an adaptation in real time of the curriculum so that the learning is as effective as possible. Technology is also used to ensure that learning is relevant to the context because the evolution of the fields of knowledge is mapped of a certain task, and so learning is adapted to the needs of the industry. Plan works with companies that hire this technology for workers mainly blue-collar workers, with universities, private and public education institutions, and with governments. The second example was mentioned by my colleague in the video, but is Etrus, which is a Brazilian startup which is focused in literacy of children in schools. And what I would like to highlight here is that it's a program that works in articulation with the teachers, so both in public and private schools. And this means that schools adopt letters as the official method for teaching to improve writing skills. And as was said before by the Ceibal director, it's together with the teachers so that they can use this tool. Just one more thing about LEDGE is the fact that artificial intelligence allows to automatize the task of assigning the tasks and allows to evaluate and assign this automatically. It gives more time for the teacher to interact with students in non-routine tasks. And so this is especially efficient in public schools where the ratio of students and teachers is higher. And so there are many startups that have come up in the region. There's more than 1,500 companies, and they have attracted more than $1 billion of investments in the last years. And to finish, I would just like to mention some aspects that I think are very important when we think about this articulation of the public and private in education. And many of these solutions of education technologies are based on artificial intelligence, and this is based on data. In any kind of public-private collaboration where the state provides data for solutions, we need to take into account the best practices internationally in terms of handling private data. And then the system is going to be as good as the data that we use to train it. As we say, garbage in, garbage out. So if we don't have good data, we're not going to be able to generate good solutions. And so it's very important to have financing and to really dedicate ourselves to have good data. There are cases in which artificial intelligence perpetuates biases, which is what we see in the world. And of course, a machine that is fed on data of a world that is biased, of course, is biased. And so it's very important to analyze and audit these systems in order to identify these biases and correct them. And for this to happen, it's very important as a society to move towards algorithmic transparency, and for all of society to make a follow-up of the systems in order to identify failures and biases. And lastly, when the government hires the private sector, it's very important to analyze the contract details in order to make sure that the provider is doing what it has to do, and in any case, that is needed to change them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Adriana, I invite you to stay because you're going to be a part of the next panel. Meanwhile, we're going to make some microphone changes. We are really doing a speedy progress, and this morning we're close to the end, but then the afternoon will continue with activities somewhere else. It's going to continue in the Catholic University, and there's going to be transportation from here at 2 o'clock, so be mindful of that. And as I said before, you can check the agenda in your accreditations. You have the QR codes, and if you're following us via streaming, you can check them on the website of any of the organizations that are organizing this event. There is now going to be a new panel to talk about research and education and technology towards an agenda that is innovative and inclusive. I'm going to present the members, and meanwhile, as I was saying, we're going to accommodated chairs and microphones. So the moderator of this new panel is going to be Adriana Arizmuño. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Adriana, I'll remind you, is the Sector Director of Education Planning of ANEP and the Executive Director of Executive Policies of the same organization. We're also going to invite Ernesto Fernández Polcuch, Director of UNESCO Montevideo, Flavio Callafa, President of the ANI, Denise Bayant, Dean of the Institute of Education and Director of the Program of PhD in Education of the Ort University, Rodrigo Arim, the Dean of the University of the Republic of Uruguay, Maria del Mar Montoya, Associate Professor of the Department of Psychology of the Catholic University of Uruguay. And we will also have participation in pre-recorded videos of Mariana Fernandez Enguita from the Sociology School and coordinator of the Academia of the PhD in Education of the Universidad Complutense of Madrid. And so now Adriana Arizmuño will now moderate this panel. Thank you everyone for your participation. Very well, it's time for research now. We have already heard about research before throughout these 2 days. It's something crucial. And we have a very interesting roundtable because we have opportunities and challenges in research, as the report says. So I will start with the questions so that we don't lose any more time. Thank you for participating in the panel. I'm going to read the questions that you will answer. So, which lines of research do you think are important to approach to contribute to the transformation of technological education in a framework of inclusion and quality? And what is the role of research in order to favor innovation in education and the acquisition of skills throughout the lifetime of people? So, let's begin with Ernesto Fernández Polcuch, Director of UNESCO Montevideo. Thank you. Good afternoon, I think. It's already time to say good afternoon, everyone. So very briefly, I would like, perhaps I could start this way. The challenges for this are, one, evaluating effectiveness, then adapting to rapid changes in technology. But this is what ChatGPT says. This is exactly what the ChatGPT tool says. So, let's just leave aside what artificial intelligence can do and think a bit about not just the lines, but the context of... I come from a different world. I come from science and technology, as several of us here do. And I think that it's important to think about this from the perspective of science and technology, research on education technology, and to see how to define those lines, not just what they are according to ChatGPT, but also as a country in Uruguay or any other country, how can they define those lines of work? So I think that this is quite related with what Manos said yesterday about that 7% of companies of technology and education of the UK, only 7% of them led random control tests, or that in the United States, 11% of the not the companies, but the boards asked for a peer review of what they were going to buy. So the relationship between implementation and research. And so in that context, the other thing that the report says is that evidence is hard to obtain. There is no consensus. There is no methodology to measure. Of course, this is a biased reading of the report, but it's full of research questions, full of lines of research, and a big part of the evidence comes from the people who try to sell it. That is the last quote that I wanted to bring. And I think that in that way, the GEM report already is giving us some guidelines there, but the thing is that somehow it's setting the demand for research. Now, for the research demand, we have to think about how to respond to a research demand such as this one, and with capabilities is the answer in the country. How to strengthen those capabilities, how to create and develop and strengthen capabilities. And so, to begin with, human resources. So, PhDs, scholarships outside the country, all of those things that are our traditional HR tools. But on this topic in particular, we get the question of which human resources, because multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, I don't know which concept to mention, because we have people who create content, the pedagogical aspects, the storytelling, interfaces, diagnosis, social diagnosis, the adaptation to context, engineering, all of those are different human resources to think about who is going to carry out those lines of research, but also the topics of inclusion, equity, the relationship with the jobs market, ethics, all those things that we need to develop in order to carry out and have the capabilities of carrying out those research lines that I hope my colleagues will clarify in a better way. And of course, the research agenda, which I think has been announced or will continue to announce, and who sets it into motion and how. And so we were talking before about the idea of specific funds per sector, but where the relationship between offer and demand is guided by the demand of knowledge in those topics. And so the demand in the end is the resources. And so we have to place the resources, the financing resources in those lines in order to respond to that. So that's all from me. And the last jump there is precisely that way. We can have that cycle where the creation of knowledge informs policies, which are then related again to demand. And that way we close the cycle. Thank you.
Ahora con Flavio Callafa, presidente de la Agencia Nacional de Investigación e Innovación de Uruguay.
Gracias, Adriana. Gracias, Ernesto.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Ernesto. My question, my answer would be to talk for 3 days. You know, it's not my biggest skill, strongest skill. From INE, the idea for science and investigation are the engines for economic development and social development of the country. We propose ourselves 3 strategic roles to support the exporters, support new digital technologies, biotechnology, etc. And a third part that is fundamental, that is support to education in the medium and long term, which is the most effective tool for anything else to be possible. Just as a brief introduction, at ANI, we have a nice experience, a long one, on having sectorial funds for research and for education. One is the fund with Ceibal Plan and Ceibal Foundation, focusing specifically on digital learning and how to make this possible and make them relevant, of course. And the other one is with CFE, which is the Council for Education for teachers, professors, and research professors, how to promote these activities for teachers so they continue educating themselves. These funds have been approved so far 64 projects, some of which were already presented earlier on. The other one, the CFE, has been working since 2017, funding a total of 52. I'm not sure if it was 48 or 52, but in any case, these are funds focused on projects which execution translates into proposals in order to transfer into educational purposes. This is applied resources, and it's not the one defining this. In the case of the fund, along with Ceibal and Ceibal Foundation, through ANEP, the National Education for Public Administration, these topics are centered basically in what the report centers. How can we make for digital education is helped by technology And this is human, right? It's not 100% digital. We have to also bring students closer. This is one of the big topics. Of course, there are many topics in these funds which constantly change according to technology evolution. The other topic is how we measure this. And I think that Ceibal plan, which started as an initiative of one laptop per child, classic one for about, I give you the computers and this will generate capacities, was evolving through these 15 years into a more sophisticated tool, generating contexts, and turn it into an agency of innovation in education. So Ceibal plan brings Annie a lot of advantage in measuring and computing. Since all of their tools are digital, they have incorporated assessment and metering and measuring as part of their daily work. As another advantage that we have, being a small country, which I'm not saying is the easiest way, is that we can reach the whole territory. Challenges. Yesterday in our workshop, the Minister of Education of Uruguay was talking about the challenges posed by the new technology. Of course, we always have advantages, but mainly at the beginning we have challenges, huge ones. One that is very important that was mentioned earlier on was the use of mobiles. Of course, they give us a lot of power, but as we know, mobiles can also be a perfect drug, and in any cases, they are. And of course, not in educational environments, but we know that there is a huge risk that they may impose. The other challenge that we have in investigation for education has to do with knowledge. Transfer of technology and transfer of knowledge. This is a challenge in all developing countries. How can we transfer all this knowledge in an efficient way in our classrooms and to our students? And the last thing that is very important, last year we were working in the Tech Forum in London after the pandemic, and in the presentations they were talking about how technology helped during COVID times, but in the halls, in the working tables, they were talking about the challenge of supporting teachers. This was something that it was not mentioned on stage. How can we support our teachers in using these tools? Thank you so much. Thank you. We will continue now with Denise Dayan. Denise is the Dean of the ORT University. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Within my brief minutes, we are already scared of having this clock in front of us, that of course this poses a technological threat to our time, but thank you for having it here. It's helpful. Over the last decades, we have seen a lot of advances and progress being made globally and in Latin America when it comes to gathering information. We know where inequality lies. We know the problems that educational systems have. We have international evaluations like PISA, like the Latin Lab, which indicate what are the problems, what the problems are. We have answers to our executives and teacher teams, but all this information and all these issues means that we still have a serious problem in the region of lack of equality and learning results. And even in countries where we have a high rate connection and a lot of technology, like in the case of Uruguay, we still have serious issues in learning terms, specifically in medium education, where unfortunately we see that we have a lot of disadvantages compared to other countries in the region. And this is where research comes into play. And my brief words will be addressing a discourse that has to do with research research that is fundamental, that has to do with the pedagogical nodum, with the components that integrate this matrix, the content. Who are we educating? How are we educating them? This is where we talk about, as we know, the executive, the supervising team, the resources, of course. Resources are here to give support to an educational model that, unfortunately, it is still the 19th century and the 20th century. So we still have a problem with the model of our school, and the digital transformation, in the end, is questioning this model. So this is why we said that we need more research on this pedagogical model, on the curriculum. Why are we doing this? For what future? So we need more investigation to who we are educating. Who are these children and young adults present in these classrooms that some researchers have defined as a hybrid population, because they are navigating these waters of being present, being hybrid. And so we need to know. Of course, we have a huge amount of resources that have already been here for a long time, but we need to research more. And since now I have the sign saying time is out, I will try to say something that worries me for a very long time. Teachers. Other panelists share this. We know the use, with a pedagogical sense, the use of technology that teachers make. And this is still a difficulty, a problem. Why? Because educational policies do not take into account professors and teachers as a whole. We need to talk about also the work conditions of teachers and how this technological revolution is questioning their work and also their training, not only the initial training that they have and the continuous training that they must have, but also this is a role that is many times ignored. Who are training the trainers? And this also has to do not only with the pedagogical books, but also to apply it to the model and the people that he or she has in front of them. So how can we ask teachers to be ready if we are not ready to train them? So that will be my last comment. I'm exceeding time, but there is something that I also think that educational policies and the research itself must investigate, and this has to do with how can we have teachers without replicating the errors from the past. And this key chain that is lost is so important, and this digital transformation is asking us again to solve this issue. Last but not least, I think that we still have a lot to do from this research standpoint. There is a lot of accumulation, but we still need to change many things, and we need for this more resources for investigation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Denise. We will now give the floor to Dr. Rodrigo Arim. Thank you, Ariana. It would be interesting to start clarifying. I am not a specialist, not in pedagogy and not in technology applied to education. However, I have researched and I will be reflecting on some of these topics. I am convinced that in Uruguay, in that sense, has experience with the Ceibal project, that there should be permanent programs of research which should be exploratory and prospective, which technologies are emerging, how they can be applied in the education, and which stage of the education process. The key word here is permanent. We cannot structure research programs just with projects. There has to be permanent platforms of research. What should those platforms have incorporated? First, pilots that can be evaluated. This is not trivial.
In terms of equality and inclusion, non-scalable technologies due to their cost or because they depend on the teachers that apply it, and this could help some specific groups only and therefore also reproduce inequality. We, of course, know that the Ceibal group has experience in this type of laboratories, and I think that it's one of the few spaces where in Uruguay we have some sort of temporal continuity. What would an initiative of these characteristics help with? Perhaps we should not be discussing, perhaps something that we should be discussing is whether we should or not use ChatGPT in the network of possible technologies, which are the ones that should be used by public policies. Secondly, we should assume the differences of the impact that there is in the different learnings per area. I don't think that we can affirm that the acquisition of language abilities or argumentation abilities could use the same technological tools with the same learning results as in other areas such as logical thinking. So we should also differentiate the objects of learning from the point of view of the use of technology and important digital transformations. Thirdly, to assume the key differences of students. The average results can be wonderful, and we could have excellent results when we compare the performance of groups, but this is explained by the distribution and not below. If there is no relevant movement in the lower part, perhaps this technology could positively affect the average, but it could negatively affect the lower percentiles of students. And so this difference has social and context origins, but it also has an origin in position issues. What is the context? In which homes is it used? What are the characteristics of the home or students where they can learn and use that technology? How do the results affect the different, how is it affected by different classrooms, for example? There's different types of classrooms that could also affect the use of technology. Also, the comfort of the room. Something that cannot be assumed is technological neutrality. There's relevant differences that we need to investigate and see what are the results of learning in that sense. Therefore, I want to finish with this because I have no more time, and of course I'm worried about time. Something that has to do with university life, to simplify this. The first systematic evidence that are coming out of the US on that huge natural experiment of COVID was that in universities, on average, the non-vulnerable sectors had little affectation in their learning. For the most vulnerable sectors, the use of technology as a platform to maintain university life had negative effects. I think that it's important to take this into account because sometimes I think that the central axis is that research should inform about the differences. Thank you very much. Rodrigo Arim will now invite Maria del Mar Montoya, Associate Professor of the Department of Psychology at the Catholic University of Uruguay. Again, the question is, which lines of research do you think it's important to approach to provide contributions to the technology in education in a framework of equality and inclusion, and what is the role of research in the quality of education? Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation of joining this panel. Answering the first question, without a doubt, there are many interesting research lines, but I would like to talk about the need of developing research lines that appeal to the use of technology in students with disabilities. Without a doubt, during this whole event, it's been said that technology democratizes learning, and this is very necessary in children or students with disabilities where technology allows somehow to eliminate barriers that provide access to being able to learn. For example, screen readers for students who have visual disabilities, or maybe keyboard adapters for motor disabilities, systems of communications for other types of students, or programs that translate into easy reading any text for people with intellectual disabilities or students who have problems with reading. And so we're talking about technology in order to access learning. These can be some more traditional ideas, but without a doubt, there's new fields that are opening up in research, in technological research in disability. For example, what has to do with virtual reality and augmented reality to help children or people with disabilities to learn abilities of daily life and developing skills. In this sense, I would like to briefly mention a project for which we had the financing of Annie and Ceibal Foundation through a sector fund, and also we had the support of the Mauricio Foundation, where we developed a virtual reality app to teach social skills to children with no disabilities and also people with autism and people with disabilities. And so without a doubt, there's lots of challenges that we still need to research and to develop knowledge in terms of technology and disability. But without a doubt, this research has to be based on evidence. And as it's being said, evidence is not that much, and in the areas of disability is even more scarce. So just to cite an example, in a systematic review that we made of the use of programs that had used virtual reality and augmented reality in people with disabilities, intellectual disability, in a period of 15 years, only 2 of the studies used control measurements, and so there's lots of studies that use these tools, but we don't really know if the impact of the tool can be attributed to some sort of variable, such as the expectations of the intervention. And so to finish, we need to really try to have a digital innovation that takes care of the needs of students and students with disabilities in the framework of an education that is social and inclusive and of good quality. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria del Mar. We will now continue with a pre-recorded message of Mariana Fernandez Inguita from Sociology School and Academic Coordinator of the PhD in Education of the Complutense University of Madrid, on the question of which aspects should research encompass in order to provide to technology and education. First of all, hello. It's a pleasure to be a part of this panel and an honor. As an answer, everything is going to be researched the same way we investigate routines, policies, plus everything that is related to the issues generated with digital transformation, so biases, etc. And we welcome all research, methodical research that is independent and critical. But I would like to point out 2 ideas at this point in that deep digital transformation, and in particular with the arrival of generative artificial intelligence, which is that it's not so much about researching afterwards, it's more about intervening right now in the process of creation and design. First of all, many of these new tools need a fine adjustment because they were not created for education, and so they have to be re-educated or adjusted and need some finer tuning for this very special sector. And secondly, they were not created for Ibero-America, and so they need to be adjusted in that sense too, to our culture, our history, using our language and our scale. And the second thing is that it has to be a process of co-creation. It's not just receiving the instrument, looking at it, and applying it. It's a process of co-design where we intervene, where since the beginning, different teachers intervene and students as well, and other stakeholders of the process. That's for me the fundamental aspects. Very well, thank you very much to Professor Fernandez-Enguita. We're not going to make a summary due to time constraints, but thank you very much, all of the panelists. Thank you very much, Adriana, for this, and thank you to all the speakers. So we're going to continue with the last panel of this event, in which the ministers, authorities, the whole education community has participated. There's been those representatives. And so to finish, we're going to have a special presentation on learning, data, and intelligence systems. It's going to be moderating by Manos Antoninis, the director of the GEM report, and so I invite him to come on stage. Then we will also have in the panel Borja Sacrun, Director of the Board of Policies and Permanent Learning, Wayne Holmes, Associate Professor of the Knowledge Lab of the University College London, and Leandro Folgar, President of the Ceibal Foundation in Ceibal. Thank you, all of them, for your participation, and I remind you that the event will continue in the afternoon, but I will give you the coordinates in a little while. So, Manos Antonini, go ahead with the moderation.
We are quite late for our program and we need to move to the Catholic University. This panel refers to the use of data for improved learning. There is a chapter in the 2023 GEM report on education management, and in that chapter there are references also to artificial intelligence and its use. I think we covered that a little bit yesterday as well in the panel that focused on artificial intelligence. So I think we could move perhaps straight to the point. I think already we had a very good introduction in this extremely interesting second day on the activities of Ceibal, on how they integrate the multiple databases, but also the constraints that even such a well-endowed organization is facing to make the best use of data. So I would like to turn first to Borja and ask him exactly this question. What are the opportunities and challenges of handling large data sets in education? And to what extent can education data generate, through data analytics, better opportunities for learning?
Well, thank you, man. Works. Thank you. No, I can take yours. Oh, no, it works. I think. Thank you, Manos, and good afternoon to everybody. Let me first build on some of the discussion we have had until now to respond to your question, and Leandro and also Jaime were referring to that. We have, I think, three major asymmetries in the education system that we have to address. One is about the information. What type of information we have in education that can help us take decision. And that asymmetry is, today, for example, we don't know what will be ChatGPT 5. What are the implications on education? We don't know necessarily what are the changes in the labor market that will affect the demand for skills. So that asymmetry of information is very important, and education system will have to build some of the solution for that. Some countries have observatories of technology, have observatories of development in labor markets. So how to connect these information, these observatories with the education system? The second asymmetry was mentioned by Leandro very clearly, is the asymmetry of expertise. The expertise that we have in the education system is not sufficient to address these challenges of leveraging the data. One example in work we are finishing now is we looked at what are the occupations related to data in education system. For example, if you ask ministries, how many ministries on earth have a data officer? Very little. How many districts in education have chief security and protection data? Very little. So how we develop those expertise and capacities is a third asymmetry that we have to address. The third one is about the sovereignty and data flow. Data are not static. They flow across borders. If a person in Montevideo is attending a Coursera course, her or his data are not in Uruguay. They might be elsewhere. And we are speaking about Uruguay with Ceibal, with all the capacities. If I take it to Malawi, then the situation can be very, very different. So addressing those challenges of asymmetry is very important, and I think these are things that cannot be addressed only at the country level. They have to be addressed at regional and global level, and this will require more actions that we have to take collectively. Now, the data used in education is double-edged sword, as you refer to it. One is how we leverage and maximize the potential of data use, and second, how we reduce the risks. And we are in this position where we have to be very careful on how much we would like to regulate and how much we would like to leverage the potential. And some countries are moving from one side to another. We have seen when we had the conference on AI that some countries have banned the use of ChatGPT. Others are setting rather expertise to leverage it. So I think this potential of how we maximize the potential and we minimize the risks is one of the challenge that countries are taking. Now, to finish with the 3 points related to the question on how we leverage the data set. First, education data is not only big data, it's also micro and micro data. So data sets can be very local, and we have to leverage those data sets. It's not only analytic data that we can use. The second is, if we are using the big data, then the question is, how are we using it to address the challenges of education system? For example, how we can anticipate on dropout. And the data set can help us in addressing those. We have predictive tools that can help us addressing it. But at the same time, how we protect the learner data when we are looking at predictive, and how much we use it to support the learning rather than to already putting in a box the profile of the learner. It's very important how we leverage the data, but also how we reduce the risk on it. The second point I wanted to mention is that we are speaking a lot during the last 2 days on schooling, but we have to take a lifelong learning perspective. And that means how we can leverage the data in a longer term. For example, we know that what we learn in school can help us to access labor market, can help us to access further learning. And how we connect those learning spaces and leverage those data is one thing that we are having difficulty to do. It's about interoperability, but it's about protection of data. And the interoperability means creating more resources and potentially having more risks that those data can be used elsewhere for other purposes. So the lifelong learning perspective, connecting different learning settings from school to workplace to community learning is an important aspect. But protecting the data is the second aspect. The last point that I wanted to mention in the time I have is that when we are speaking about sovereignty, it's very important that first we have a collective engagement. And we could have, and which we don't have today, we have an international expert group that looks at the climate impact on Earth, and they produce annual report. We should have internationally an expert group that looks at the impact of technology on education, and that will regularly report on what are the potential, what are the challenges, and have that as annual report so that we keep, because the GMR is putting at the top of the discussion the impact of education, of technology and education. But in 1 year, things will have changed. So we need an international expert group that will look regularly on what is the impact of AI, what is the impact of technology, how the data is being used, where are the data, how we can protect the data of learners, but also how we can leverage it. And this is something that remains without a specific aspect. And who maybe agree on what are the standards that we can use for interoperability, for data protection, for the use of data in schools. So these are aspects that will be important that we take into account. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Burhan. And indeed, the issues of capacity, of interoperability, of data protection are all mentioned in the chapter, so it's a good summary you provided. But let me turn to Wayne and get his perspective on these issues.
Thank you. So I'm going to shift this a little bit to focus on AI in particular in education, because I think, well, that's my area of expertise, and data is an integral part of that. And the reality is that, you know, the research into AI in education has been around, it's been happening for about 50 years. But that's been really under the radar until maybe the past 5 years when UNESCO started to look at it. But the reality is that now we suddenly have ChatGPT, and so everyone's an expert in AI in education. And, you know, the problem is that these so-called experts, they're caught up in the hyperbole and the myth that have been perpetuated by the commercial sector about the ways in which these technologies can impact on education. And a lot of that's being replicated and repeated by some policymakers around the world. Now, a lot of the people, especially those in the commercial sector, they will say how AI is going to transform education. Now, you know, maybe it will, but the real question is, will it transform education for good or for bad? And that's what we need to be focused on. So, you know, as I mentioned previously, I'm a social scientist, and I'm interested in the impact of AI on students, on teachers, on education, on society. And to be honest, some people have said I'm a little negative at times. But now, thanks to the GEM report, I have some, you know, amazing data to back up my concerns. So, in the reign of my time, I'm going to focus on 3 myths about AI in education and 3 concerns before summing up. So, the first myth, and that's come about over the past few months, is that generative AI, such as ChatGPT, and AI in education are the same thing. And the key is they're not. Now, the reality is that ChatGPT and others like it are increasingly being used in education. The genie is out of the bottle. There's no point trying to put it back. But that's only one type of education. And in a recent report, we identified probably 20 different types, different uses of AI in educational contexts. And generative AI is only one of those. So I think we need a more nuanced perspective on the potential and the challenges of AI in education. The second myth I mentioned yesterday, and this is about the myth of personalization. And I think there are 3 problems with this. Firstly, it's a claim that's been made about education technologies for literally 100 years, since B.F. Skinner. And it's never come about. And I'm willing to take money that AI is not going to bring that about today. But also, we talk about AI tools, personalized education, but actually it doesn't really personalize. It doesn't help students to self-actualize, to become the best that they can become. Instead, all the tools that are out there are really involved in efficient pathways and homogenizing student learning, effectively putting them all into the same box. As I mentioned yesterday again, I also worry that, this is just a Silicon Valley inspired thing, and it forgets the collaboration, the social aspects of teaching and learning. Now, my third myth is the notion that AI is going to save teacher time. And I really worry about that because, again, I don't believe it's going to happen. Again, it's a claim that's been made for at least 100 years. Now, there is going to be a disruption in teacher time, that's for sure, but I don't believe that it's going to save time and allow them to focus on other things. Instead, it's a displacement of time, and they're going to be as overworked with AI as they typically are now. So what about my concerns? My first concern is that AI in education, the current versions, tend to disempower teachers and undermine student agency and autonomy. Because most of these systems actually attempt to replace teacher functions rather than supporting teachers. And there are no tools really that are generally designed to support teachers rather than to replace them. The other problem is that it's the systems, or at least it's the people behind the systems, that decide what students should be learning. And that undermines the autonomy of the students, it undermines the expertise of the teachers, and it undermines their human rights, in my opinion. My second concern is that while it is fantastic that ministries of education around the world are starting to develop AI curricula, the problem is that they're focusing on it as a technology. And of course it's a technology, but it's a technology with profound impacts on people, on students, on teachers, on society more broadly. And so any teaching about AI, in my opinion, needs to be 50-50. Half of it looking at the technology and the other half looking at the human impact. And then onto the famous generative AI. And for me, what's amazing about it is how it works and the fact that it appears accurate, but it isn't, that it appears intelligent, but it isn't, that it understands things, but it doesn't. And it's this disconnect between the appearance and the reality that I think we as educators really need to focus on. So what actually needs to be done? The first thing is I believe we need robust legislation to look after our students and to think about the ways in which we're using AI in educational contexts. And some work I'm doing at the Council of Europe, we're developing a regulation over the next couple of years, and hopefully this will be a starting point. The second thing has also been mentioned, and that's about the lack of robust evidence. And it's absolutely true, we need more evidence, we've got some more evidence, but we need more all the time. And one of the key things is we need to think about what do we mean by evidence? Now, the randomized control trials that we've heard about, you know, they're important, they're useful, but they don't tell us a great deal. They're very limited. They don't tell us enough detail, and they don't tell us enough about the context. So we need to think far more carefully about what we mean by evidence and how we're going to use it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wayne. And while both you and Borgen have been talking, this beautiful drawing goes on, just as how Leandro's presentation was this morning. Leandro, what do you have to add to this deck?
Bueno, yo voy a pasar al español nuevamente y mientras espero que Wayne se ponga
I will switch to Spanish now, and I will wait for Wayne to have his headset on for the interpretation. I'm really thankful to have you all here because you're saving also my time. You have already presented one of the concerns that I was going to mention, also regarding the potential risks. And I would like to put into perspective the fact that the technology that we call AI has been with us, I don't know, since in 1970, a group of students in Dartmouth College decided that they had to present a grant for a summer course, and for that grant to be used or destined to them, they had to put a name to it, a title, and that's when they use intelligence, artificial intelligence. And ever since then, we started using this tag, this name, for a technology that is many things, but maybe it is not intelligence. It is a statistical model, probabilistic model, which now has a generative component, and it is being developed in several areas using different mathematics and statistics mechanisms to provide results which are similar to human intelligence. In fact, GPT is a technological product to be consumed, created with the intention of looking like a conversation, a human conversation. That's the main point, the objective behind the scenes. But we cannot avoid being related to this product, because once you finish talking with ChatGPT, you thank the GPT, right? Once you're going to start ending the interaction, you have this human reaction. It means that this interface is working well, but it also poses some challenges. It is also true that this technology that we call artificial intelligence, and the one that is more specifically intended to be used in great language models like GPTs, has, of course, technological challenges like any other technology in the past. I mentioned earlier on that Ceibal was born as a project seeking closing the gap of access to devices and also improving the computational power. What does it mean? What does it mean to have a computer in your hands? That's computational and IT access. You're able to process information. If you use it well, you generate benefits, of course, for you and for your other people. This used to be a gap. Now we have a new technological development, and potentially we will have new gaps to be closed, to be breached, because this technology will open new doors. We will have enhanced productivity. It will be a complication in other areas, as we know, on which things should continue to be done by a human or not, etc. At Ceibal, we're continuously asking ourselves how to answer these needs and what are the challenges that this poses. On the one hand side, we have these AI applied to the management systems associated to education, as enrollment, calendars, class schedules, Q&As, and all the systems giving support to learning. And on the other hand, we have the use that we can make of some of this IA intelligence in the pedagogical work. Well, okay, maybe in this case the use of GPT to produce texts or conversations. But then, of course, the AI, we will also have AI for image recognition or to generate images, or maybe in the future to generate art pieces. That is arguable. So the main question is, how can we provide literacy? What is the literacy that we need with AI, not only for students, but this is also important to have in place for teachers and families. Nobody knows what we're talking about when we talk about AI. Many people are thinking about a floating brain somewhere that is sending responses, but nobody understands, or at least few people know, what it truly is. And to say that the answers you're getting from this AI are normally answers which were generated by a statistical model that is comparing this response to huge amounts of sets of data which were generated in some places. So the which are the organizations generating more data sets? This is also the difference in which AI are going to be generating and now are generating further gaps. But it doesn't mean that they are used for good or for bad. It has to do on how they were trained and where they were trained. And Professor Elguita in the previous panel said that we need to generate capacity. The answer ends up being, and I repeat myself, but it is true and important that for education, we need to have organizations and talent people that have the capability of interacting with these technologies, building the new expressions of AI that we wish to see in association with other organizations. For sure, we will need to continue working with the private sector. But we have to do this in a way to produce a virtual cycle of learning. The technology is already there, we will continue to use it, but we need to maximize it in a way that we co-create it, as it is said here, co-created with people from the educational environment and for the interest of education. So at the end of the day, this is another piece of technology challenging the educational system, but the educational system has been facing challenges for many, many years, hundreds of years. It is the environment where challenges are faced. It has always been like this, so let's not be afraid. It is our task to strike this delicate balance of keeping tradition but bringing future closer to our communities. A country is born every day in every community. Uruguay is this, it is important because of this, we believe in this and that, and we want to build these other things. Every day we're telling our own history, why we exist here, why our brothers exist in the United Kingdom, in Argentina and Brazil, whatever you were born. So we need to see how we can use this technology also to generate this self-determination. And this requires general literacy regarding this topic, at least a basic one. It generates the generation of highly technical capabilities to generate AI for education, and also to understand very clearly what are the data sets or the databases that are being used and how they are being created towards these ends. So in the end, they are fostering higher levels of participation and development and higher levels of democracy. Digital technology and AI will also be guaranteeing democracy or not in the different countries of the world. That would be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leandro. And also, I think you ended up on a positive note. Sometimes in discussions about technology and education tends to be portrayed as backward or slow in changing or unable to incorporate change. That's a bit of an unfair judgment on education systems. That's also partly the message of the report's technology on our terms, because we can find the solutions. All the talent comes from education and generates, at the end of the day, the technology that we're talking about today. The other half of the relationship that we have not really talked in the report a little bit, and in this conference not really. So thank you very much for your interventions. And
thank you all for your interventions. And ahora continuamos en español.
We'll now continue in Spanish. We are reaching the end, but we still have a little bit left. We're going to have a closing of this part of today, because I remind you that it's going to continue in the Catholic University. We'll have Florencia Ripani from Ceibal, and then I will tell you what we'll do in the afternoon. But remember that you can check your agenda with the QR codes through the website. Good afternoon. Okay, it's time to close this activity. This event is part of a collaboration that we've maintained for a long time. Ceibal Foundation has the honor of being a part of the advisory committee of the GM report for several years in a row, and we have also organized the consultation, regional consultation, for the creation of the report that was the framework for this event. The publication is a starting point, the presentation of information that, of course, has the meaning of approaching, really bringing evidence closer, but also generating debates. And part of that debate has the objective of social transformation of information and the exchange that is based on that information. The idea is to generate changes in sustainable development to reach sustainable development. And it's great to have been part of this initial movement, and we will continue to work in that sense, accompanying this debate of the local and national and international community. Since its creation by Ceibal, the foundation has become a specialized speaker in terms of technology, education, able to reflect, adapt, and generate new approaches in international scenarios, particularly in Latin America. Our path is oftentimes done by nurturing from national stakeholders, international stakeholders who have original ideas and who provide to a tradition that shares the same objective, and which is to create an education that is more inclusive, equitable, and of greater quality. We thank all the members of that community who have come here to Uruguay to participate in this event, and also all of those who joined us online. We are now going to have the thank yous in the name of the foundation. I want to especially thank the Directors Board of the foundation, the authorities of the Ministry of Culture and Education of Uruguay, who made this activity possible. Also, the group of the GM report and UNESCO for the very close collaboration that we had for this event and for their trust. We hope that it is sustained and that we can also continue to work really closely as we've done before. I also want to thank all the teams of Ceibal who always work with us and with whom we have a very close collaboration and who have helped us a lot with this event. All the team of the Ceibal Foundation who has worked. Maybe you didn't know about the details, but really they have worked a lot. I have to say something that is often said, but this event wouldn't have been possible without their collaboration. And finally, I would like to thank the teachers and students of all the education communities of the region, of the countries, of the world, particularly those places that are most marginalized, ones who have less resources, and the ones who basically make our job make sense. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Florencia. And as Florencia said, thank you to all the participants here in Montevideo and worldwide, virtually, in this great encounter. As you know, there's lots of information, and this will be on YouTube in the channels of the different organizations that participated, and so we will continue to be able to reflect on this. In the afternoon, we will have activities soon again at 2:30 in the Catholic University of Uruguay, in an event organized by UNESCO entitled New Ways to Teach, Evaluate, and Learn with the Help of Technologies. There is transportation that is leaving in a few minutes. And so, thank you so much for being such a great audience, all of you.